What's up, Voxers? It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We are here and we are back. But this time we are here for the main event of the year. It's PARAVOX Championship International. Right now we are in our open qualifiers. We're in our open bracket where whoever wanted to join actually is very open and they have the chance here to make it into our playoffs that are going to be happening next week. So how are you, Nikki?
The Suave Voxers, I'm very much excited and enthusiastic for this afternoon. Especially, this is so jam packed. You mentioned open qualifiers. There's a lot of teams to be watched out for today, and one of which will be our first match of the day, which is between Mokur and Negative. And later on, we will be watching explosive gameplays. I'm very much excited. The last time we've been together, just Suave and I, was during the Gold Rush tournament. Yeah, group stages, right? So it has been quite some time. How are you, Suave?
Yeah, it's been a while, man. We had so many updates in the game. We have a new map, got a couple new
Mm,
brands as well. I think I'm looking forward to see how our new brands have gotten themselves into the meta right now. Of course, it usually does take a little bit more time to
mm,
be adapted by some of the teams, right? But I think there's
yes.
also a lot of potential for the Juno in particular. I think it's a good substitute for the beat dot and how some teams do like playing with the an SMG type gun rather than a shotgun.
Yes, close range it is. So we're kind of looking at Juno right now and also Kelsey. That, but we do have a new brand that is Dafiron. Although we won't be watching it because it's a band for our tournament. But yeah, it's something to look out for, especially for those casual players or just ranking up. You can always use Dafiron, but not in this tournament. Anyway, you mentioned other guns as well, Juno. But I believe that I think we'll still be seeing other brands that has been in the meta for quite some time, right? Like Nova Technologies and even Scotchy, right?
Yeah, I think the Scotchy and the Nova as well. They're two guns that will always be in the meta. There does
Mm,
come the fact that those two guns they're just so important, right? The long range fights you can take. That right now, since we have the Daphiron, that is uh, not exactly usable right now because it is banned,
mm.
right? But I think it might be a good substitute for those of for the teams that do prefer some of that safer gameplay. But I think right now, at least in the current meta, the Scotchy and the Nova are not going to be going anywhere.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Other technology, I mean, other brands that we're looking out for, always been looking out for, that is quite not that in the meta or unorthodox pick could be Nev Chief and Q. Is it Q, right? Q though is
Yeah,
Q.
yeah, I
So
think
yeah.
that's the some interesting ones we did see last time in PGRT, but it didn't really get far. I don't know if it takes a little bit more time for some players to get used to it or find a way to really just play around it in the best way possible, right? Because when it comes to the speed of how we play Paravox, it's just so fast paced, right? And everything comes down to that split second decision making. And because of that, you need to be as efficient as possible, right? So you want to cover all your bases. You want to have the smokes. You want to have the usage of your to be able to scan out your opponents, whether or not they're in your immediate vision, right? And
Mm.
that's why the Scotchy, the Nova, I don't think they're gonna be going anywhere anytime soon.
For sure, always in the meta. And right now, we'll be showing you guys the maps that will be played for this day. We do have three maps to be played for today. It's going to be either Launch Complex, Space Map, or Neo City, the El Clasico. These maps, they've been here for quite some time now, and most of our players, especially competitive ones, they know the workaround or particular places on where to get a good angle, or particular places on where to get the HPs and the boost, and all the verticalities in our map. So I believe that these three maps, it has been so long, everybody has already mastered it. Your thoughts regarding these maps?
Yeah, I mean these are like the most basic maps that you're always
Mm,
gonna be playing, right? And they've been here for the longest time, especially Neo City, like you said, the classic, right? But I think now it's gonna be a question of how you're able to use the brands that are available now. We have had the Kelsey come in, we've had the Juno come in, and it's now going to be a question of whether or not you were able to adapt that into certain playstyles because we all know that when it comes to map choice and which map you're playing on, it does kind of make it a little bit more effective depending on which
Mm.
gun, which brand you're going to be using. They say, for example, out in space, right? When we're on space, the map, then we do see a lot of Kelsey. But
Kelsey.
sometimes it doesn't work out elsewhere. I don't think we've seen too many Kelsey users in Neo City in particular. So
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna see if it's a stylistic choice for some of these teams, or if they will have experimented enough to show up some new things in the mix.
That is true. That is true. Especially for those new players who's currently watching right now or who just tuned in. What Josuave mentioned a while ago definitely makes sense. When it comes to picking guns, you definitely want to look out for the map wherein you're going to use. And Josuave mentioned Kelsey being impactful when it comes to space map. On the other hand, Nova Technologies and Scatchy is perfect for open areas like Neo City and also Launch Complex, since of all of the verticalities there and all the angles and the spot on wherein you can actually snipe your opponent. So those are the things to keep in mind when it comes to picking the brands. And talking about that, in a couple of moments, I believe that we're about to pick the brands for each team. So I'm very excited on what kind of brands or guns are they gonna pick for each map.
And it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because we are here in our open qualifiers, which means that we're kind of whittling down, right? The open
Mm,
registration bracket, and the top teams are going to make it into our playoffs to go up against the franchise teams, right? The pro teams here. So this is a stage to be set for the pro teams, right? Because since we
mm,
are seeing the amateurs or the semi pros, the
mm,
aspiring pros here, then we're gonna have a good idea of whether or not they can match up against the actual contenders that we are expecting, like Blacklist, like our
mm.
8B Brent team, when it comes down to our next stage here. So we'll see who will be the best of the best here in our community level.
Yeah, and not to mention Full Sense, Alter Ego, those teams, they're watching you guys. So now's the perfect time to actually set the stage on fire here at the Vox Zone, dear Voxers, because like what Suave mentioned a while ago, this is for everyone. It's an open qualifiers, everyone's eyes on you guys. So yeah, spotlight's on, and in a couple of moments from now, we'll begin our game number one. And yeah, and you mentioned that how fast paced this game is. So those boxers or viewers that's currently watching right now, if you're looking for a 3v3 FPS third person shooting game that's really, fast paced, I think PARAVOX is perfect for you guys.
Yeah, and the thing about Paravox, right? It's pretty easy to pick up, right? But the
Mm,
thing about it is, on top of that, it might be easy to pick up, but perfecting it needs so much work, right? Communication has to be there. You need to be able to make split-second decisions when people decide to change up the plan, and even deciding when to switch strike points, when to move away.
yeah.
Do you fight till the last second? Do you choose at 10, 15 seconds to go to just go over there and immediately take that space on the strike point? We'll see that in a bit because I think what we have kind of been missing here in
Mm-hmm.
PGRT in our last event, right? We didn't have too much. Uh, how do you even say this? I mean,
Background?
the way that PR, yeah, there wasn't many stories yet because
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
new, it's so fresh, right? And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of these teams, a lot of the players that are out here, some of them have switched over from other games and are joining us here in the Paravox community. They are now our newly converted Voxers here. In case you guys want to find out who is going to be playing it out today, our bracket should be up and followed by Gaming Grid Esport and Money Slayer. So that's going to be our first stages in our bracket
Mm-hmm.
as we move forward here later on today.
Yes, and it's going to be best of three matches. So we will be spectating a lot of games for today. This is going to be jam packed. A Sunday for everyone. And yes, if you don't have anything else to do, please join us. Grab your snacks, and until dinner, we'll be giving you guys amazing matches here at the Vox Zone, dear Voxers. And you also mentioned That is right. I couldn't really agree more regarding storylines here in our tournament, like from the last tournament that we had. But talking about storylines, we had a good one coming from Oputo's team. That's going to be full sense. It also matched chemistry and perfect. Line up because Oputo is a streamer and he got his viewers to join him and then eventually join tournaments, winning ranks, and then an organization got them. So that's a really good story, and eventually they won. I mean, I think that's the first time that I've heard like a streamer getting his viewers and joining tournaments. So that's really an inspiring story. Meaning to say, anyone can really be a Paravox grand champion. So for our grassroots, for our amateur, I don't want to say amateurs or grassroots. For our open qualifiers, I think this is the best and perfect chance or opportunity for them to, stand at par with those franchise teams already.
Yeah, I mean, just be one of the first people in this space here, right? Because it's so
Mm.
new, it's so fresh. We've got so many people actually switching over to PARAVOX recently. We've got, I mean, heck, if you guys were watching PGRT, we had Loud, a Brazilian team. We had a few EMEA representatives as well, and that means that that's of course a good step in the right direction, right? To get us to a global esport, and we're loving it. Of course, if you guys have not downloaded PARAVOX yet, it's on the Epic Game Store. It's totally free. And of course, we also have the fact that you can wishlist it on Steam already,
Mm.
so that once it's up on Steam as on the Steam network, then you can start playing there as well.
Yes, and don't forget to follow all of our social media channels. Just look for Paravox Game in Facebook, Twitter, no, X, Instagram, and yeah, I think we also have TikTok. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, Discord is the thing to go. Anyway, we're also live on YouTube. Okay, Facebook and Discord. So yeah, if you're rooting for any teams that is currently playing for our tournament right now, now's the perfect chance to shout them out at the comment section. And later on, we will be reading some comments. So do drop your comments at the comment section. And yes, yeah, these teams here in our tournament open qualifiers are very aspiring players, and I really want to see more of these players. I really want to know them more, or from which their background, what motivated them to join, those kind of things, those small things. Because you mentioned that Paravox is really fresh game, and it's really going towards releasing it globally, like as expanding. So a lot of um good things in store. I look at the roadmap, and you will be releasing new maps and brands in November and December, right? So yeah, good
Yeah,
thing in
we
store.
do have that on the roadmap as well. And of course, speaking of December, we have the main event right in Tokyo.
Yes,
So this is
yes.
Road to Tokyo Season 2 for 2024. And it's looking really exciting. I mean, you were there last time. It looked like a really fun time out with
Yes.
Ribisco. Shout out to Ribisco as well
Mm.
for slotting in at the last second. I gotta love that. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. How was the crowd there? I think it would look really fun from what I could see.
Yes, I thought the Japanese people um they don't really pay attention to like esports, because I thought that they are really focused when it comes to console games, but the crowd there was really huge, and they definitely supported the two of their Japanese teams. And even though they didn't won, they just took like the first place, still they were really sports, you know and I think that's the whole thing here with Paravox, promoting camaraderie, promoting esports and sportsmanship, because you know they really clapped for Thailand for full sense, so that's really heartwarming. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a land also here in the Philippines, because Philippine crowds is way much different. So hopefully in the future, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we had that last time. Remember back in PGDX, actually, we had that
Yes,
little show match
yes,
we
yes.
had with the Blacklist Boys and AP Bren. That was a fun time as well. I think when you have the access to that kind of atmosphere, right? It's
Mm,
just really different, and it looks
mm,
really exciting as well, right? I mean, Japan, they have so many teams out there. They got attack all around. I think
mm.
we have Riddle Order as a team as well. I saw Zeta Division had a team. We had some Varel players as well. It's really
Mm,
exciting on that side. And now, not of course forgetting that in our own server here in the C server, we've got Full Sense, we've got AP, but it's looking really exciting as well. But because it's so young, right? I feel like we have yet to scratch the surface of
yes.
the best players that there are to find.
Yes, especially for our country, Philippines. But yeah, go looking back at the show match between AP Bren and Blacklist. It's just a show match, but the crowd is actually hyping up. They really had fun. Some of my friends, which are like new to the game, they said that it's really fast paced. And at some point, they seem to like getting lost in it. But thanks to Josuave's commentary, they were able to understand it. So yeah, hoping for more land like that, and thinking it's just like a show match, but it's really on a competitive level for those two teams. I can't wait to watch them and witness AP Brand and Blacklist once again. But for now, here in our open qualifiers, aside from Moker and Negative, we also do have UTDI Esports. You mentioned that they're just waiting. We have UGM Artemis, No Fear. We have Team Jambi, Intro Boys, UAD Cuz, Gaming Grid Esports, and Money Slayer. So yeah, we have a lot of players for today.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking exciting. Of course, for them, it's getting that the opportunity to get into the playoffs, right? To get go up against our franchise teams, and on top of that as well, it's gonna be really exciting for them because essentially we're on the lookout right now for the players that have not had the chance to have gotten that getting on the stage, not being able
Mm.
to meet uh, as many people as other people do. And that's
Mm.
why it's so important to be on the grassroots level as well. So we do have our open qualifiers that are going on today.
Yes, and talking about a lot of stuff that's going on. Once again, don't forget to share the live stream and heart react. Support your favorite teams. Support us, just Suave and I. Support PARAVOX. Follow our social media channels and join the Discord server. And in a couple of while, we're just settling in our players and fixing our lobby. But later on, we'll be giving you game number one. It's going to be best of three between Moker and Negative. Yeah, honestly speaking, these two teams, we don't have much information. So now, I think this is going to be like, I don't know, is this their debut for the both of these teams? Because honestly, I don't have any information about them. So this is a good chance for me to actually learn their tactics, their favorite guns or brands, their strategy, their favorite map, which map they're strong, and which map they're kind of still adjusting, something like that. So I think this is the perfect time for me to actually understand and analyze these teams. How about you, just Do you have any background info regarding Mokur and Negative?
Now, I think this is on the back of the fact that it's, of course, our community representatives, right? It's an
Oh,
open bracket. We have not seen these guys before, and we're going to be meeting all of them for the first time today. So that's really exciting
debut.
because, of course, for the longest time, we've been looking at randoms, we've been looking at full sets, we've
Mm,
been looking at boom. And yeah, we love those guys, but that doesn't mean that we are not open to the possibility of new players coming into the scene. So I'm really excited about our bracket here today.
yes, I'm excited as well, and we'll be showing you guys the picking, the brand picks. There you go. Beat that Nova Bonrat for Mokur. Negative here have Nova, Nef Chief, and Juno. Nef Chief finally
Ooh.
slashing its way to our first game of today.
I think this is going to be an interesting one, right? Based on how negative are set up right now, they will not be looking to play at a long range, right? Because Juno,
Yeah.
the fire rate of this gun, it's a lot shorter than one would want. And for
Mhm.
the Nef Chief, of course, all up in your face. So there's going to be a very different take on how negative are playing in today. But when we look at it here, going up against the more traditional Betot Nova Bonrat combination, I think there
Mm,
might be potential here.
potential. Yeah, I can also see a close range fight between all of them simply because we have the Beat Dot, we have the Von Rat, and Nova technology is a very versatile assault rifle. It can be a close range or a long range depending on the user. So yeah, I think more likely, since we have Juno, the majority of our brands here are close range, definitely gonna be bombarding one another. But hold that thought, because did you know, Voxers, that every week, just Suave, we do have weekly tournaments wherein at every end of the month they might be winning 600 USD. So please join the weekly tournaments, guys.
Yeah, looking forward to that. But of course, we've seen quite a lot of people now farming it in. But already, starting off, map number one. Got negative up on the high ground here, trying to contest on our strike zone, forcing him out of the area. But this Nef Chief choice is really interesting to me because you can see that
Mm-hmm.
Freebies knows that he doesn't have to play up close and personal because he has the
Mm-hmm.
explosives with the Bond Rat. So the stylistic choice here from Negative seems to be catching them off guard. You can see that Raiden's taken down two already here. The number of kills that has been racked up by Negative is making things a lot easier for them. And I think this is because of the fact that the way that the brands for Moker are set
Mm-hmm.
up, it favors more of a long range fight. So if you get all up in their face, it's really hard to counteract.
Exactly. And now, hopefully, Moker is actually getting Sky 316 here at the middle. We still have a lot of seconds here at our Vox zone. On the other hand, Freebies going for the back line, looking for some target here, Maki. Looking for another target on the other hand as well. With that Nef Chief just slashing his way with the Blade Rush and Death Blade combination, but still won't be getting any kills right now. Now it's the perfect timing for Moker to actually get some points. 18 to 12. They're quite leading. On the other hand, Yuna going outside of the Vox zone here, just gatekeeping everyone from entering. I think that's also a good strategy right now. Just not keeping the Vox zone to themselves, but also just gatekeeping it from the opponent. And that is a wipe coming from negative here, Moku. Three of them has already bid farewell in almost like 40 seconds into our game here.
Yeah, it's a strange choice, right? The way that Moker has set themselves up with the Nef Chief, with the Bonrat, I think
Mm,
it's kind of getting under the nerves of Negative right now. Because when you're
mm,
playing the Nef Chief in this kind of situation, you want to be able to cover your Nef Chief
mm.
player. Problem is that they're not really set up for that, and the way that
No.
Negative, the guns for them right now, the brands are just better at a longer range, right? Yes, they have the
Mm,
Bonrat for Moker. Yes, they have the Nef Chief, but the thing about the Bond Rat, right? It
mm,
doesn't give you direct damage. It's explosive damage, and because of that, because the way that Negative are playing does involve getting all up in your
ooh.
face, it's really hard to even get those kills. Now, though, it's getting nice and close again. Moker have made a little bit more headway trying to catch up here. Couple of kills now in for them, and as the respawns are coming in, we are moving towards our second Vox
Yeah.
zone.
Which is going to be letter B. But hold the thought, as Raiden will be dying by the hands of previous year 26 to 35. Just when we thought that they've already tied up the game, when it's almost head and neck here. But now Negative has already led the game as they were able to be the first team to be going to our second Vox zone. Sky 316 dashing or blinking his way towards our next Vox zone here. On the other hand, Makimot will be healing up a bit before he goes straight into the battle here. 44 to 26. It's not looking good for Mokur. They need to regroup. They need to actually kill Negative and just get points from the box zone.
Yeah, but the problem is again, right? It's the fact that Moker they have to play short range. They cannot
Mm-hmm.
actively avoid the bullets that are coming in from Negative, and because of that, they're really getting punished here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Negative essentially at double digits or double the score of Moker at the
Mm-hmm.
moment, keeping them out of the way as well. No matter how much Moker want to try, the Nef Chief is just not connecting the bullets, not able to
Yeah.
connect any of the attacks, and now the skills are just getting stacked up again and again for Negative, making it so much easier. You can see how as soon as they get the wipe, as soon as they get that kill,
Mm-hmm.
there's basically nothing that Moker can do.
Exactly, and it's just so easy for Negative to actually gatekeep this zone, Vox zone. Sky 316 still trying his best to go in, but Emerald Easy looking for a target, just throwing in some
Uh,
shots, and if neck Yuna will be dying out there. Yuna's been using Juno really perfectly, but somehow he has been slain here. So I think it's a good progress for Mokur, but still not quite enough. As 30 to 50, it's still 20 points away, and we still do have a hefty amount of time. Makimot looking for a target with the Nef chip. It's just so hard for him to get close and near, and his blade rush ain't connecting. I think he needs to, I don't know, maybe change a brand later on our game number two. But Yuna here with the Juno just throwing in some shots. That's what's good with Juno. Is its reload rate is really fast and it has a lot ammos as well.
Yeah, but the thing about it right now is right. Yes, they have the Nef Chief. Yes, they're not able to get the kills. They're not able to get the points, but they are annoying enough to uh, to
Well,
prevent
that's true.
negative from getting points, right? Because they're all up
Mhm,
in the face. For Makibot, he doesn't need to get the kills. He just needs to be annoying. He just needs to be
mhm,
distracting and make sure that he has at least one foot inside of our
uh-huh.
strike point to make sure that they cannot stack up those points enough. Problem is, right, yes, you're
Oh,
preventing them, but you're not getting any points yourself. And now that Makimot is gone, that's again the one man that's supposed to be held on the strike point here out. And that means that negative again are in that lead. They are stacking up
mhm,
points. And Moker have been stuck on 30 for the longest time because of that fact. Because
uh-huh,
they depend rather on how the Nef Chief works from Akimot and how he's able to
mhm.
distract them.
Probably a change of strategy because usually a Nef chip is being used to be like the finisher. Like you will be getting a lot of damage coming from the Nova technologies or the Bonrat, and then the Nef chip will be just the finisher. But this time around, Makimut, what he's doing is actually just contesting the area. You mentioned that they are definitely annoying, but they
Ah,
are not getting any kills. Sky 316 with the Nova technology not connecting any shots there. Emerald DC will be blown up onto his face, and Raiden as
oh,
well. 2 kill right now, 39 to 40, 40 points. But will this be enough for Moker to actually catch up against an 82 point? I mean, I'm so bad with math, but probably like a 40 lead advantage right now. Hopefully, they'll be able to do so. Yuna here just going outside of the box zone, throwing in some shots against someone there with the Juno. On the other hand, Freebies with the Bonrat. You know how hard it is to fight on a close range with a Bonrat user. So I think, Freebies has the perfect footing in our box zone.
yeah, but now we are contested again inside our strike point. Now you got the smokes out in the open, cannot see a single thing. And this is where the
Mm-hmm.
Nef Chief really excels, right? Being able to distract
Mm-hmm.
them, stay up close and personal, not having to worry about the art or the way that you are hitting your opponents. But
Oh,
now what is that? Right in with a double and Emerald
why?
DZ up on freebies. Full shutdown for negative right now. And all they need to do is wait. 10 points away. And I think this is a done deal, Nikki Nikki.
Mm,
It might be
yeah.
over.
It is indeed, as we are about to reach 100 points for negative. But don't you worry, Suave and dear Voxers. That's just game number one. Between these two teams, this is a best of three series. So if ever you're rooting for Moker, this is the perfect time to actually root and cheer for them. But that's just game number one. A lot of things transcended in that game. And I actually realized that Nef Chief, it's just so hard to have a nephew without someone covering you with a scotch, perhaps.
Yeah, there was a lot of moments where the Nef Chief was punished. I think Makimot did not have a fun time. Yeah, he was doing the damage. He was able to get some kills,
Yes.
but the thing about the playing Paravox, right? The movement is so fast. You're able to blink or double jump right away and just reposition yourself, and because of that, it just gets so hard to try and hit the slashes with your Nef Chief, right? And I think yes, it's annoying. Yes, it's hard to target this person who is all up in your face because he has to be able to be effective, to have any sort of impact in that map. But unfortunately, you're right. I think maybe the choice of the Bond Rat was not the best because yes, at the end of the day, yes, the explosives does do the damage, but it's not enough to cover fire for the NF Chief. I think maybe a switch to a Scotchy could help them.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just have to see in the next map here. But so far got 100 for negative, of course, and Moker not too far behind, 65. I
Mm-hmm.
think towards the end, yeah, the choice of Nef Chief really started to wear down on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because he really needs to catch up with Raiden, Emerald DZ, and Yuna. But it's just so hard to do so because Yuna has a lot of shots to throw Raiden as well, and it's so hard to go near Emerald DC. You might be stunned with the Rave Strike, right? That's a B dot user, and usually he's on Ghost Track, so it's kind of really hard to actually counter this kind of lineup. And for negative, it paid off this brand lineup definitely paid off and win their game number one for the series. On the other hand, for Mokur, they need to adjust, re-strategize, or probably, use a different lineup of brand. But I'm also thinking that if this is their comfort pick, might as well stick with it, especially our next map would be a different map, so probably it would actually pay off to stick with their comfort pick. But thinking that if it's not their comfort pick, I think switching a Nef shift to a Scotchy would be good. uh but yeah, since they do have enough of technology, I think it's also, I mean, it also makes sense to actually have a Nef shift to actually just do the finishing strike. But that's just me thinking of a lot of things right now. But for Mokur, they'll be doing their thinking and their studying and their strategizing as we head on to our game number two for the series.
Now we're gonna have to see what comes into their minds, right? Because at this point, I think the choice of the Bond Rat, right? The real function of a Bond Rat, really, when you think
Mm-hmm.
about it, is covering fire,
Mm-hmm.
being able to zone out your opponents out of the strike point or getting them out of the face of your more vulnerable teammates. And I think yes, he was able to do that, but there's not much to cover, knowing that you have to play with your teammate who is on an F chief, who has to be in the face and to be able to. Effectively cover your teammate, right? To be able to make sure that the Nef Chief is at the most effective range here, then I think the Scotchy would have been a great choice. But unfortunately, back in map number one, that was not what they chose to go with.
Mhm. Yeah, and hopefully on game number two, we'll be able to see a different kind of brand lineup or a different kind of strategy for game number two. But again, to our viewers, did you know that, like a fun fact, you can now wishlist PARAVOX on Steam. So please do download Steam and wishlist PARAVOX. Or if you already have a Steam account, just look for PARAVOX game and just put it on your wishlist.
Yeah, if you haven't already, and of course if you want to play right now, it is free on the Epic Gamer Store. So if you already have an EGS account, go ahead and download that. And if you're feeling competitive, we have the weekly tournaments. We also have our month-end tournaments where we have a
Yay.
larger prize pool than the weekly. We had that, I think, just a couple of weeks ago. The 600 USD prize pool won by, I think it was Full Sense, our defending PGRT champions.
Ooh, that's I'm not quite sure, but yeah, that's a hefty amount of cash aside from, the glory, the bragging rights to be crowned as the weekly tournament or monthly tournament winners. So if you have a team, a trio, yeah, trio, if you have a trio, just join the weekly tournaments, and who knows, you'll eventually win the monthly tournament. So yeah, hopefully you guys will be able to try out our weekly tournament. Aside from that, a lot of things is in store here at Paravox. Now we're currently having our open qualifiers, and then later on the actual playoffs. And yeah, aside from launching new brands, launching new maps, I believe that a lot of things are in store for Paravox. So if you haven't really played Paravox yet, now's the perfect time for you to please and yeah, wishlist it and play it on Epic Games.
Yeah, on Steam also. Yeah, on
Oh,
Steam. So
yeah.
I'm looking for. I don't know if you've seen, but like we've been having
Mm,
events recently, where you are
yes.
playing against Go or the co-founder of PARAVOX to get some particle points, and that's really exciting as well. Get some free
Ah, the
skins out of
particle
it as
points.
well. If you have not followed us on X, go ahead and follow us now. We're live on X right now, actually, Nikki. I don't know if you've seen.
Oh. Wait, let me check. Let me check. I'm actually sharing the live. So please share the live stream. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just play Paravox and Steam and Epic Games. Shout out to everyone that's currently watching. Hello to Aryan, Justine, to everyone, to Negative, to Mokur, to everyone that's playing right now. Share the live stream. I'm actually sharing it now. You can share it on your wall, share it on your story, share it to your neighbors, share it to your friends. I'm sharing it to groups. Wait, give me some time to share it. Okay.
Yeah, because we're just making sure that everything's going on in the background. It's going smoothly for our teams to make sure that we have the
Mm-hmm.
best competitive environment possible. So
Mm-hmm.
bear with us.
I'm actually happy that I was able to witness a Nef Chief and a Juno. And now I'm craving to see Kelsey or Q. Anyone who's gonna play Q though. So
I think we're
yeah,
gonna get we're probably gonna get a
Kelsey
Kelsey here in space.
for
This is of
sure.
course our preferred Kelsey map of all things. So if we don't get a Kelsey here, then I will be very concerned.
That's really alarming and concerning because you know how good a Kelsey wall is, spectrum wall, how good a spectrum wall is, and also not to mention its hound of photon. You know, it's really destructive and it slows and destroys targets. So yeah, I think it's really alarming if you don't choose Kelsey on a space map, right? Is it space map?
Yeah, we're going to space as our second map, and I think
Yeah.
this is also knowing how to play on the maps that are available, right? Because when you are
Mm.
specifically in Strike Point B here in space, and you don't have a Kelsey, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot here if you do not make the choice to get a Kelsey for this map in particular.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the lore, or I mean the background story with PARAVOX. I know that you know that the reason why our players have masks is because they're currently at the Vox zone wherein there are harmful chemicals, right? So which explains everyone here at PARAVOX they're currently wearing masks. So Voxers mask up. And let's play PARAVOX.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we got quite a few matches happening today. If I'm not mistaken, we got about how many teams is
Lot.
that right now?
Mhm.
There's a lot. There's a lot of people who have joined. I'm actually kind of happy that we did have this big of a bracket. Of course, like we said, this is an open bracket, so if you guys wanted to join, then it is free to join. But yeah, we do have 10 teams here today. I think in the background, we also had the one team already eliminated. That's Money Slayer gone. So with this being our first round of matches of the tournament, we go straight into our quarterfinals, then the semis, followed by our only best of five of the day in the grand final.
Yes, and with that, we have a lot of games to be played, a lot of games in stored. We showed you game number one, and it's really action packed. It's jam packed. You've seen at some point that these two teams they were able to actually tie the game at 26 points to 25, I think. But you know, eventually, you really need to just wipe the players because every time that they die, there's a penalty, right? Just like a couple of seconds added to your respawn. So you wanna prevent yourself from dying and just gather up the HP on each of the HP points here at the map. So yeah, you wanna avoid dying in order for you to avoid the penalty when it comes to respawning, adding up seconds to your respawn. So yeah, definitely avoid dying.
Yeah, and we saw it happen earlier, right? When we had that full wipe for Moker, they
Mhm.
had a solid 20, 30 seconds without anyone on the map. And that just gives so much of a lead to your opponents here. Knowing that, of course, 20 seconds is 20 points, Nikki. And that means that if you guys
Yeah.
are gone for 30 seconds, that's basically one-fifth of the way there. And you're giving away a map, essentially.
Essentially giving away map, but now we'll be giving away the
There you go.
brand
Oh,
pick
what?
here. Sketchy for Emerald, DC Raiden with the Nova technology, Kelsey for Peewees. They've heard us. They changed their lineup from a Nef Chief to a Sketchy and beat that to a Kelsey. Wise choice. On the other hand, negative here will be still sticking to their comfort pick, just you know, switching up Nova technology for a Bonrat.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one, right? Like we said earlier, negative. They were the more traditional pick in the last
Mm-hmm.
map, but this time they are switching out the Kelsey, and in fact, not
Mm-hmm.
choosing any of the more normal, the more normal picks, right? Because we're getting a Juno, we're getting a Beatout and the Bonrat here, which, like we said earlier, it's not the most favorable combination of brands
Mm-hmm.
here on space, and I think Moker definitely looking good here. I don't know how
Mm-hmm.
much practice negative I've had on this specific comp, right? But with this choice of brands, we're gonna have to see whether or not this works out well for them because I mean, they did win map number one.
They did win map number one. Now let's find out if they were going to win map number 2 as we head on straight on space map. Let's go with our game number 2. Will this be the deciding match? Will this be a 2-0 sweep for negative, or will Moker be able to tie up our series heading straight? Raiden here going to the Vox area. A throwing
Ooh.
some shots there, but still receiving some. It's quite hard for Raiden to actually go near as 2 is actually. Oh,
Ah,
Makimod is down. Makimod is actually. What's he? What does he have here? The sketchy.
yeah, a little bit
I
too
don't
close for
know.
comfort if you're gonna be a Scotchy player
Conrad,
here. And now
sorry.
though, I think gotta love the way that they are playing this. Kelsey wall up already as negative are trying to take back that space, take back the lost time here. Or trying
Mhm.
to catch up. The thing about strike point A here in space is the fact that you have so much verticality. You can play down from
Mhm.
low, you can get up on the pillars up high. And because of that, this is why the
Yeah.
Kelsey wall is so important here because you block them on multiple fronts.
Mhm. Tactical echo was used there, but to no avail. No one's actually
Uh,
invisible right there. 3 to 16. Just when we thought that Moker was able to step up a bit, Yuna heading in straight towards our Vox Zone A here. 1v1 with Sky. And I mean, I think Sky is just contesting the area here against Yuna with the Juno. Kelsey Wall will be placed here by freebies. 2v2 situation going for out for a bit there. Someone's
ooh.
sniping. MLDC will be able to get that one. Reloading for a bit. I think they're having a hard time to go in and rack up some points in our zone. Although Makim has been dying, still, two of the players coming from negative is actually getting more points in our Vox area.
The thing is, right now, the way that Moker are playing, we talked about how the lack of a Kelsey is gonna be a pain in their butts right now,
Mm-hmm.
and it does seem to be the case, right? Because negative are denying them all this space. They are killing them from long range as well, and the smokes that are not here, right? The lack of smokes
Mm-hmm.
for both teams is at
Ooh.
the at the very least for negative it's fine, but the problem for Moker is they need that space, they need to be able to cover it. Now finally some smokes being brought out as they are making sure that they cannot get inside of our strike zone again. The spectrum wall brought out a little bit
Yes.
early, too close now, getting them off, repelling them away from our strike zone as they are looking to continue this push forward in terms of score. But I think we are at a stalemate right now. We're gonna have to probably look towards strike
Oh,
point B at some point in time. Because yes, the kills are coming in, but it's just gunfights everywhere. Not really
yes.
focused specifically on the strike zone.
Ooh. That is true. They're focusing on the PvP aspect of the game. No one is actually doing the Vox Zone capture right now. 7 seconds before we head into Vox Zone B, but
Oh,
still fight is on here. Yuna with the Juno. We know how hard it is to fight on a close range with Juno, and there you go, Yuna will be killing that one. Freebies here. Um, Now's the perfect time for them to actually quite late, honestly, quite late to go to our Vox Zone B. Emerald looking for a good angle here to snipe someone with the Scotchy. Eclipse smoke will be used and no vision for our players right now. Raiden trying in some shots. Critically low. He needs to heal himself. Will this be the end of Raiden? That is it, as he will be dying through a hellfire.
and again, this is where strike point B in particular needs the Kelsey, right? When you are able to block off essentially half
Block
of our strike point, things get a lot easier. But now negative have lost two players. That's going to be a lot easier for Mokras. They only need to deal with one. That's Sky 316, who is, to be fair,
Mm.
pretty annoying, stopping them
Yes.
from getting any more points to try actually catching up to negative. But for
Oh.
somehow, some way, Moker are able to prevent negative from getting their full roster up
Uh-huh.
because it's just kills after kills for them. Every time they make an attempt,
Yes.
they get stricken down, and now they have to fight up again from above. Some shots coming in. Yuna, Emerald, DZ,
Ooh.
good for one. Full shutdown on negative, but Sky 316 comes in at the last second. They have been able to catch up now, 37-38, as we are counting it off. Negative are going to have to try and prevent this lead from being taken
Mm-hmm.
away from them, but it's a little bit too late. And there's so much time
Ooh.
right now for them to play as the advantaged players right now. Try and extend that lead. It is so close, in fact, too close to call
True.
for it.
Honestly speaking, if you're a Scotchy player and there's an eclipse smoke, it's just so hard. No visibility and no way for you to actually snipe. Freebie, he's with the Scalzi, just 30%
Oh,
of his HP. We're looking at a Spectrum Wall, but still charging up as he will be dying through the hands of that Rave Strike. Raiden here with the Nova technology, just throwing in some shots, not connecting though, but still they were able to contest this Vox zone
Yuna.
going in and out with the Eclipse zone here going in with
Oh,
the
what is that?
Hellfire blowing onto his face. Makimot will be killing Yuna and Raiden just like that with the Bondrat.
I got a solid game plan now coming from Negative. They have finally wiped out the enemy team, and that means they can put up the Spectrum Wall, protect one angle. They only need to deal with one. Now, they are fully aware that the full roster of Moker have to go all the way around. They now, again, with an attempt to try and get information, the recon out, cannot see a single thing, up
Ooh.
close and personal, not be able to connect the shots. Again, this is why the Scotchy, specifically in Strike Point B, is not the
Ooh.
best. And again, though, Raiden takes down Makimot. Trade of kills with the Nova player again, and inside of the site, Negative still in the lead as they get
Oh.
that. But now Raiden again doing the damage, keeping them, smiting them down like mosquitoes as Smoker taking full control of the situation.
Exactly. Again and again and again, Raiden is on fire, killing 3 in the process there, and even eliminating Sky. You mentioned how annoying Sky is, but now it's
Oh,
perfect time, I think, for them to change the Vox Zone to Vox Zone C. Will this be quite late for them to transition here as Yuna and the rest of Negative is already dominating the middle of the Vox Zone C here? And that Oh, Raiden was able to retaliate and kill Freebies there with the Nova
bah.
technology throwing in some shots. We know how hard it is to go up against an assault rifle. Yuna with the Juno, and what a
Oh,
game coming from Raiden here, killing Sky and even doing a wipe. And this is the perfect time for them to rack on points. Just 10 seconds, 10 more points. Will Negative be able to stop their points
smokes.
racking?
Yuna has to find a way to get that information inside of the smokes now. The Eclipse smoke, a little bit too effective because of that Moker have been
Mm.
put to a standstill. But again, Yuna takes on
Oh,
Makimot. They have lost control of the situation again, and Yuna's so low as they are trying to stay alive here in the
woo!
game. And that's 2v1 inside Yuna. Movement not enough. Sky 316 takes them down. And again, like we said, the decline, the added time when you die later in
Never
the
say
game makes things
never.
a lot harder now. But the Scotchy, from long range, not connecting any of the shots either. And Negative, they're just stacking up the points. They're getting closer and closer to catching up and getting that lead back. But again, Raiden is back. The raid boss is back. And they're taking them down one by one again.
They've been stuck at 97 points for too long, and now they have claimed the victory, tying up our series. No, guys, you're not gonna sweep us with a 2-0 sweep. This is our turf. The space map with the Kelsey and Sketchy combination will definitely win the game. And this is a 1-1 on our series. Very exciting match. And I'm really I must commend Moker for that kind of re-strategizing and stepping up and actually just holding on and saying never say never 97. You know, I was watching 97 points far too long. That was the longest 97 points of my life. But yeah, Volker was able to actually redeem themselves and actually tying up our series to Suave.
It did take them quite a while. I think they kind of lost control when it came to Strike Point B. But the overall brand selection for
Mm.
Moker here it definitely gave them that advantage once we got out of that smaller space.
Yes, and Kelsey proved us that the perfect gun or brand for Space Map is definitely Kelsey. And I just realized during that match that if there are Nova Technologies smoke and you're playing Iskachi and you don't have, I mean not the smoke from Nova Technology, from the Von Rat, okay, the Eclipse smoke, and you don't have the tactical echo, it's just so hard for you to eliminate someone with the Sketchy. Probably the reason why, on the other hand, Negative doesn't have a Sketchy, because what's the use of Sketchy when you don't have visibility, right? So, but somehow it didn't play out on how Negative wanted it to be. Makimot has been dying. I mean, that after that and after that, and he needs to avoid that for our game number 3.
Yeah. I think what was definitely the biggest problem that came for the Scotchy here in Space Map was the limited range. When we were
Mm,
on Strike Point B, there was very little they could do,
just the
and even with
platform.
Strike Point C, right? Because it's not as wide as, say, for example, Neo City as a map, where the Scotchy players just go insane there. There's so much verticality, so many buildings you can camp out on and
So
take some
many
shots at
buildings.
your opponents. But here in space, that's not the same case. And because of that, I think that's where the Scotchy started losing its impact in the game here in map 2.
And we've been seeing Makimot just trying his best to catch up with the Scotchy player, Emerald DC. We've been seeing actually creeping up and just going, as near as he can towards Emerald DC. But that's just game number two, and we'll be solidifying that assumptions, or I mean, this insights with the post match status. Here, you can see how many damage um Moker actually dealt. 1,900 damage from Raiden. On the other hand, 36.64 hit rate from Emerald DC. Raiden here with 51.78. That's really impressive from game number one to game number two, transitioning from this kind of points. On the other hand, from negative, I can say that they're not far behind.
Yeah, definitely not far behind. I think we kind of had the same scoreline as last map, if not a specific flip, right? But I think what really made the difference for Moker here was that Raiden just woke up, right? 16
Oh.
and 7 here on the takedowns versus deaths, right? And
Mhm.
every time that Raiden was alive and not actively targeted by negative, he was getting away with some insane multi kills. Because of that, right? Even if they were falling behind, even if negative were able to follow up and close out that lead in strike point B once we were out in the open again, where the Kelsey does not have as much effect. That's really where Moker popped off. And you can see that Raiden, yeah, he got taken down, but every time he's there, he's like a raid boss.
Mhm. Yeah, right. Then someone to look out for. On the other hand, Sky 316 also very annoying, and he's really trying his best to actually pick off someone from Mokur. And now going towards game number three, all I have in mind is that it's going to be Neo City, and there are perfect brands for Neo City such as Catchy. You mentioned that Nova Technology as well. And for the third gun, it's just a matter of preference, really. Because I think having a Sketchy and Nova technology for map number three, which is Neo City, that's really solid lineup already. So the third brand would be just your preference to actually complete the combination of your brands. And now going towards game number three at a tied score to one, open qualifiers, and whoever's gonna lose our third game will definitely be the end of their journey. Somehow will be bidding farewell to our tournament. That's really sad thing to think about, especially this just the series one for our games for today. So whoever's going to lose on game number three, it's going to be the end of their journey. I mean, this for the tournament only. It's not the end of their career, of course. But this really saddens me just heading towards game number three. Usually I'm excited, but right now I feel really heavy because both of the teams they're really good, and they deserve to be here in the tournament. They prove to be why they're here in the open qualifier. So I'm really looking forward to Mokur and um negative. I'm quite attached. So, what's your thoughts heading to game number three?
It's getting really interesting. I think we're looking at the way that is have gone out. Actually, I think for specifically how they have played more.
Oh, oh,
But actually, we
sorry,
got
sorry.
something.
I
We
got
got some
mixed up.
stuff in the
It's
background. A
me.
little
It's
bit of an
me.
update. So it was
It's
at
me.
2-0 actually. So Moker uh, did
Sorry, sorry.
finish our series 2-0. So we're actually done with our first matchup. But yeah, back to we were talking about our bracket here. Our current format, it's actually single elimination. So it's very cutthroat, right? You need to be the best of the best.
Mm,
You cannot make any mistakes here today because we are looking for, of course, the uh, the best in
yeah.
our semi-pro or
Sorry, I got
aspiring
attached.
pro division, right? So there's no room for error because you're going to be going up against the franchise teams who have been they have been screaming, they've been living and breathing PARAVOX for the longest time at this point, ever since we started out in PGRT.
Mm.
So it is sink or swim right now.
Yeah. I mean, for the players, they cannot commit mistakes, but I did commit a mistake. Sorry for that. I got really attached with the players, but attached with the teams. But yeah, good game well played to Negative and Tomoker. They will be advancing to our bracket, and we'll be updating the bracket in a quite short while. We do have the link of it at challenge. I think it's a common knowledge to everyone who's currently watching and supporting the teams. So we'll be showing you the updated bracket and which teams to look out for our game number 2. Again, a best of 3 series. And again, sorry about that, but Moker will be heading on against UTDI Esports. On the other hand, Negative will be it's gonna be the end of their journey for our open qualifiers for the PARAVOX Championship International. On the other hand, we will be witnessing gaming grade esports against Money Slayer, right? Or
Yeah.
gaming grid already advanced. Or did they?
Yes, yes. That's it
Oh,
happened in the background earlier. So that's a 2-0
okay.
according to our bracket here. So we're
Okay.
down to our last 8 teams, which means it's gonna be a pretty fast one, I think.
Okay.
I
I
did
think so
not
too.
think that we'd be done with the first match this fast.
Honestly, I really wanted to have a game number 3. That's why my mind was kind of conditioned. Oh, it's tied, so we're heading on a game number 3. I'm sorry for that. I was really looking forward a tie, a series, like a series breaker, because that's really a good story to tell. But right now, looking at match number 3, is going to be UTDI Esports and Moker. Now we have an info about Mokur on the guns that they play, on how they adjust on every map, and on how they actually advance from one Vox zone to another. So that's a good info, good idea right now, having insight with that advantage to the other guys who watched game number 1.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to me that we did see. We talked about this before the map actually started. That some teams they choose to play on the strike until the very last second,
Mm-hmm.
and then some others have the stylistic choice of leaving a little bit early, so they get first dibs on the following strike point. And I think we saw a little bit of that from both teams. Smoker, the one that likes to advance early, and
Yes.
Negative being the team that waits till the very last second.
Yeah, it's a case to case basis, but just that's just game number 1. Later on, we'll be showing you game number 3 for our tournament. But for now, we'll be having a quick break. When we return, game number 3, so don't go anywhere else. We'll be right back.
What's up, Foxers? We are back. It's me, just Suave. I'm here with Nikki. Nikki, we had the little bit of a short break as we are getting ready for our next match, and I'm looking forward to this one, right? Again, we have yet to see most of these teams. So far, we've
Yes.
only seen two in action. Only Moker, only Negative, and Negative is gone. And Moker is going to be moving on, right? So our next matchup, Team Jambi versus Gaming Grid. Of course, for those of you who don't know, this is the C qualifiers, which means we're looking at some of our brethren in the Southeast Asian region. And well, we don't really know which countries they are from. So if you guys would like to help us out and tell us where they're from, go ahead and tell us in chat. At Facebook, on X now, also on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm. Yeah, so also while commenting at the comment section, don't forget to share the live stream, share the love, and also share it together with your friends or future Voxers. And once again, to everyone who's currently watching and who tuned in right now, we are covering the PCI or the PARAVOX Championship International Open Qualifiers. The Suave mentioned that we'll be having Team Jambi and Gaming Green Esports in quite a bit. So if you know them, please comment it at the comment section. And if you haven't played Paravox yet, now's the perfect time for you to actually wishlist it on Steam. Everyone, you can download it and play it at Epic Games. It's free. It's free, but you can also wishlist it. Please, please, please wishlist it on Steam. And by the way, we are also hosting weekly tournaments. And for the monthly tournaments, you will get a chance. You and your trio, your friends, will get a chance to win 600 USD. Wow, that's a lot of labubus.
Yeah, it's not bad, man. I mean, when you think about like on a monthly basis, we're seeing teams just continue it. And when you think about it, it's kind of like scrims as well. So for the teams that want to be picked up by organizations, right? It's a great way to showcase
Yeah.
your strength. We've been seeing and I'm not gonna lie, right? I think we've seen way too much full sense on the announcements for the monthly tournament. So it's like somebody else, please.
Yes, the throne. The throne full sense. Come on, Filipino pride. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Shout out to our friends from Thai. We also
Yeah, shout out
have
to Rabbit and the boys from Blacklist and the
yeah,
AP brand boys as well.
shout out to our friends, everyone, to our Voxers. Yeah, so mask up and play Paravox today. Today. All right, in a couple of bit, we'll be showing you game number 2 between Team Jambi and Gaming Green Esports. We don't have personally, I don't have any info about them, so it's going to be interesting to actually watch them. Are they gonna play Sketchy as well? Are they gonna choose Nef Chief? So those are the questions running inside of my mind, and what could be the combination of brands to be playing in each of our map. And honestly, Suave, I wanna watch Neo City. I want our Voxers to play at Neo City. That's just why I really wanted to head on game number 3. Sorry about that.
I think it's gonna be an interesting time. We haven't seen Neo City in a while because ever since we got our new map out, and ever since we've actually finished at PGRT, we haven't really been exposed to as how the meta has changed. Ever
Yes.
since the June has been brought in to our selection of brands. So with the Juno now here, I think I like the willingness to try and break the meta, try and
Mm,
experiment here. I think Juno is a good replacement for say the Beat Dot in
yes.
close range fights. Depending on stylistically, right? Some players just
True.
prefer having an SMG, and some players prefer playing with a shotgun. So
Yes.
this it opens up so many different ways of playing the game, of how to approach the game. Of course, considering our the abilities that come with each brand.
Yeah, exactly. And personally speaking, I would prefer SMG over shotgun. I'm sorry for the shotgun users. It's just me. I'm having a hard time to just prioritize limited amount of ammos, and you really need to hit it. You wanna make each of
Yeah,
the
you hit
beat
it or you
dot.
die.
Yeah, honestly, you wanna make it count. And as for me, since I'm a potato aim, SMG or the assault rifle, Neo technology, Nova technology, and Juno perfectly works perfectly fine for me. And I also want to mention our backdraft because it's really nice to actually be in the groove like in Neo City with all of the background, and it's if we're on the studio, just Suave and I, as if we're just like sitting next to
Yeah,
each other. It's
this time
real.
not. We were last time.
I feel like we're
Yeah,
also sitting next to each other here, like high five, high
yeah. The year of 2020. Wait, I'm facing the wrong way.
five.
It's there.
High
Eh.
five. Sorry, guys. I got excited with the with our with the prod team on how they actually um made this happen. It's like a studio. But also going back to the game, sorry about that. I just really wanna watch Neo City. I want to witness game number three. I want to have a match that's actually like super neck and neck, like 99 to 98, something like that, like a buzzer beater kind of scenario. So those are the things I'm looking out for game number two. But unfortunately, we don't have an info with Team Jambi and Gaming Green Esports, so we really don't know how they play. Do they play aggressively? Do they play outside of the box zone, or do they prioritize the kills before actually getting or racking up the strike points? So yeah, we'll find out later on game number two.
Yeah. Therefore, I mean, of course, when you think about how the teams play in general, right? It's to me, this is more of an experiment for most of these teams, right? Because we have not seen them play ever,
Yeah.
so there's no information. They are just gonna have to stick to their original game plan, whatever their chosen
Mhm.
gun brands are, and there's not really going to be any room to adapt. Of course, for Moker, since they have finished one match, they get to find out what their opponents are going to be doing, and that also means that there's the potential of some surprises along the way if they can adapt to whatever they have seen on the screen.
Yes, and talking about adaptation and teams to look out for, we're just waiting for a couple of minutes before we give you guys game number two. We're just preparing the lobby, and later on, we'll be showing you updated brackets, the map selection, and even the brand selection. And I'm quite excited when it comes to the brand selection. We've been talking about that from quite some time right now. And honestly, I really prefer Nova technology simply because it has a lot of ammo. So, more chances to actually getting a hit for me, for me to aim like me. But it's really bold for our players who plays Scotchy, because Scotchy players tends to be really a target. They do have their heal pod and they do have their heal point, but if there's a statue player and you're someone tasked to get a hold of those kind of impactful players, so you're always on um a really you really need to have a high survival rate, having a sniper rifle, a sniper with sniper gun with you. um how
Yeah,
about you, Joswabi? Have you been playing sniper guns, or which gun do
I'm
you
gonna be
prefer?
honest. I
Mhm.
do like playing the snipers, but when
Oh,
your opponents are the really fast movement based players, right? There
like
are
this.
two
Hmm.
different players, right? The players that like know how to aim really fast,
Hmm.
and then the players that know how to move really fast. You seldom get teams that can do both. When you
Yeah.
do, those guys are the most correct aimers. I am not. But yeah, I'm more of an aimer than a mover, right? So I do like playing the Scotchy.
Ah.
It's just that when you're up against one of the players that likes that, just knows how to abuse the movement, the
Ah,
blinking and double jumping, right? It gets really hard,
yeah,
And you
you
could
have
see
to
that
move
earlier in that
around.
first match, right? See
True.
the Scotchy on space, not barely actually being able to connect any of the bullets, and I think that's the more interesting side of it as well, because yeah, a lot of these players want to be at the very very top, but sometimes the skill has to be taught, it has to be practiced a little bit more,
True.
and not to say that I'm better, right? But
True, true.
I know I'm not better, okay.
I mean, I'm a potato aim, but actually, a player that came to my mind when you mentioned about having a balance of, having a sniper gun with you while also moving around is Brooke. I first handedly watched
Oh
that
yeah.
kid. Brooke is on a different kind of level because, when someone's playing sniper, you tend to have like just an angle and just snipe someone, or like be the cover for your team. But Brook has been playing aggressively, and what he's been doing, he is actually taunting the players towards their beat dot player. So that's what he's been doing. He's taunting the players, he's provoking them to go after him, and what he's going to do is he'll be delivering them towards Jupiter or Oputo. So the synergy there is really on a high level, and I suggest our tournament players, our boxers, to do watch the replay videos of the tournaments prior to this, because they will be learning a lot. Even though that's the meta before, I think they can learn a lot from the game styles during the tournament before.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics that were on display last time in PGRT. We saw randoms, I think, did a really good job
Mhm.
actually representing at the time. We saw some great plays out of Blacklist as well. And,
Yeah.
not to mention the other teams, right? I think Boom was one of the
Boom.
most surprising things last time. If you remember, we were looking at them as one of the favorites in the group stage, but when it came to the playoffs, they did not get far either.
Yes. Well, anything can happen, especially for a tournament right now. Anything can happen. It's the open qualifiers. And by the way, just reminding our dear viewers, you can chat at the comment section. You can cheer for your teams. Who are you rooting for? Is it Team Jambi or is it Team Gaming Grid Esports? We're also live on different platforms, so don't forget to follow us on all of our social media channels like X, Facebook, um, YouTube, and join the Discord server. Because I believe at Discord, they are actually updating, and Paravox is really active on Discord. So I think Discord is the best platform if you're looking at the competitive side of the game. I mean, also if you're just casual and you want to be updated, Discord is the way to go.
Yeah, you'd be surprised actually the amount of events that go on in the Discord. Right, we're not just having the weekly tournaments there. We get play against the founder. That happens a lot. We've also got we do have scheduled
Particles,
game days in the Discord. So if you guys are not there, you guys can join in and get some free particles. I love those events. They get
particles.
really tense.
I was like thinking, if you're not there, then what are you doing with your life? Just kidding. Guys, now's the perfect time to go to Discord and join the Discord channel and get a chance to even play with the founders and gather up some particles and exchange your particles. It's at the Discord server. It's also at the Facebook page. If you want to know more about PARAVOX game. So I think we're just waiting for the lobby to actually be for our players to be settled in, to have their map and their brand picks. I'm really excited who the players are for Team Jambi and for Gaming Grid Esports. Later on we'll be introducing them to you guys and which brand they're mastering and the roles as well. There are different kinds of roles here at Paravox. There are people who prioritize PK or like prioritize the person kill. There are players who prioritize getting the points for their team, and there are also players who prioritize on shutting down impactful players from the opponent team. Yeah, and a lot of strategies are being played here as well, depending on the brands that they're playing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we could see the central focus on the Vox Zone
Mm,
versus those that prefer to get the kills first and then swoop in at that point. There was also a specific choice of how you play inside because like once you take that territory, once you have the strike points in your hands, it's now becoming a question of how you maintain that control. As you could see, I think the way that they finished Moker that last series was a pretty good one. You could tell that they knew when to use that the smokes as well, prevent their opponents from getting inside as soon as they got in. And even when they made an attempt to get inside, they were waiting with their
yeah.
crosshairs trained on wherever their opponents could show up.
Yeah, because you also mentioned that you cannot really make any mistakes in this kind of high level tournament. So yeah, they really are playing very well disciplined. They don't just like engage in, and they also knows the perfect timing for them to disengage. So they're not just like going ham on against the opponent. But for now, we'll be showing you guys the map selection for our game number two between Team Jambi and Gaming Grid Esports. Map selection here.
Yeah. Like
Later
we
on.
said, of course, it is predetermined for us for our lower bracket part, right? Before we get to the grand final, everything's going to be a VO3. So we are
Yes.
expecting to see the same maps here, starting with Launch Station. and then followed by Space and Neo City Launch Complex rather.
year. I really miss Neo City. I really want to watch Neo City, so I'm really hoping for a game number 3 for either of the teams here. Yeah, interestingly enough, Launch Complex, Space, Neo City, it's always been Nova Technology and a Beat Dot, right? Or either yeah, switching up other brands with either of the maps, like having the Sketchy or having Kelsey in play in each of these maps. We've watched Juno. We haven't watched Kudo yet, right? No Kudo.
No, we
Yeah.
have not. I think that's an interesting pick. But the thing is, right, the way that when you're playing on a Kuro, I think the easiest counter would be a
Mhm.
Bonrat, which is, at the moment, Bonrat has been in the meta since BGRT. And that's why I think we're not going to be seeing the Kuro anytime soon, especially since it's such a low fire rate weapon, especially with the Juno as well being
Mm.
added into the mix.
Yeah, it's a really fast reloading gun. Juno has really shown us its potential per map. So hopefully we'll be seeing more Junos and more Kelseys. On the other hand, Beat That has always been a go to brand here, especially for the combination of the um Ghost Strike and the Rave Strike. Ghost Track and the Rave Strike. So they would be invisible and then they'll just stun the enemy and then do the main shots. So that is a really deadful and dangerous combo coming from the beat dot. So yeah, we're just talking about the brands and each map selection, each brands to be playing for each map. So right now we're just waiting for the teams to actually pick out their brands for game number 1 for this series, game for this series 2.
Yep. Just gotta wait it out, make sure that all the teams are ready, because we don't want to be walking into the first map and the teams are not. So
Yes.
making sure that everything is running smooth in the background, so we don't need to worry about it later on. Give us the utmost level of competition here for PCI. Of course, this is first part of the year ender for PARAVOX here in 2024.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're also live. We're also live on. Okay, I just checked. Oh yeah, we're live on. So X, Discord, and Facebook. So guys, don't forget to share our live stream. Just want to greet my friend Iggy. Shout out to my friends who's currently watching because I've been bugging them to share the live and to watch the stream. So hi guys. And to everyone who's currently rooting for Team Jambi and Gaming Grid Esports, now's the time to cheer for them. Cheer. And also now's the time for you guys to add PARAVOX to your wishlist on Steam and play it on Epic Games. Create an account, register now, and invite your friends. Form a party of 3 and also join our weekly tournaments and our monthly tournaments. So talking about rankings, by the way, I haven't seen Oputo's team to be at the pretty top. They're just like at that seven, rank 7 to 8. Yeah, so it's quite refreshing not seeing Oputo's team on the rankings. I just checked a while ago, so I'm quite curious on the rankings. So yeah,
I think
they're
that's going to
not
be an
there.
interesting one, knowing that people are starting to dethrone them in terms of ranks. But
Mm.
ranks are different from being in a competitive
Oh
setting, right?
yes.
And that's why being in the esports is so different. You just get put
uh
together as the amount of growth that you see here. Of course, with that being said, we're finally going to be seeing our brand choices for our teams here. Then at the bottom for Team Jambi, it's going to be a double beat dot. That's an interesting choice.
Mind blown, honestly, mind blown. Yeah. I'm still. This is the first time that I've seen
Yeah, I don't
two
think I've ever seen this
brands.
before.
Never, never. So this is really unorthodox. This is really something to look out for. But hopefully they'll be changing one because I don't think it's really for me. It's counterintuitive to actually have two of the same gun because it's just so easy to counter two of the same kind. So just that's just my thoughts. We'll be showing you guys later on the updated brand picking, but we'll be heading straight to game number 2 between these two teams. And let's head on together with me, Nikki, and Josuave.
Yeah. Here we go, ladies and gents. Go ahead and put on your mask. We're going to be going into the Vox zone. And as we go in, this is going to be a really interesting one, right? The double beat dot here does kind of. There's the potential, right, Nikki, that
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
yes, you get double the utility out of a beat dot, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So a little bit
Yay!
of a little
They
problem here.
changed
So
it.
now, yeah, got a kill. See on both sides. I think this is the first time we're
Uh-huh.
seeing this here on launch complex,
Mhm.
Nikki. And
Mhm.
this is an interesting one. You can see that Gaming Grid, they've taken early control now of our first strike point, and you can see that the Spectrum Wall fully preventing Team
Mhm.
Jambi from even scoring a point right now, is that they don't have zero
Yeah.
control. And I don't think Team Jambi have the best situation in terms
Woo.
of how they're able to block off that kind of space. Because they are still dying.
Exactly.
They have been able to step on the strike point, but they haven't gotten a single point yet. It's 0 and 21 already. And Gaming Grid, despite us just starting at this point, what does Team Jam even have to do?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Team Jambi. Kirian's here with the Kelsey, making his life so easy. I mean, he's having
Oh,
a hard time, right? Because he's about
oh,
to go down. Williams then will be killing Kirinzi in the process. 2v1 situation here, not looking good for that person. It's going to be, yeah, it's still Kirinzi. Going back for a bit there, but Nice Days will be eliminated. And it's just so easy for Gaming Grid to actually get some kills, get some points here at the Vox Zone. A long range shots being thrown, and now they're dominating the Vox Zone A. The Kelsey wall there has been utilized completely. Nice Days being invisible, but still to no avail. Still be dying in the process, but it has a crispy. I mean, he tried. Nice Days was invisible, ghost track there, but he wasn't able to actually connect a combination.
yeah, getting a little awkward here, Nikki. I'm not gonna lie. It's looking kind
Yes,
of
yes.
scary. Not a single point for Team Jambi already. And you can see Gaming Grid, I don't think if they can continue at this rate, we don't even need to go to strike point B because they're at 71
True.
and counting now. And it's not looking good at all. Because
True.
Crispy has been getting so many kills here. Nice Days has not been having a good time. And yes, even though they have
Mm-hmm.
essentially the same here, except for the choice of having a Nova instead of a Juno,
Mm-hmm.
Team Jambi are not having the best time. 15 points
True.
left here for
Oh
Gaming Grid
no.
Esports as they maintain control now of our first Vox zone. It is looking grim. It just might be over. Williams then takes on Kieran's here, and it's just another nail in the coffin as they prevent them from doing some damage inside here. The movement not going to be a little bit too much. 7 points and counting. Now, Gaming Grid, all they need to do
Wow.
is wait. What a performance here on Launch Complex.
Flawless. All I can say, it's a flawless victory coming from Gaming Read Esports, right? And um Crispy with the Kelsey, he's on a roll. We've seen in how good he utilized the Kelsey walls there, the Spectrum wall. He keeps on just putting it at the left side, just guarding the right side then. So that's the perfect way to actually position your Kelsey wall, and they capitalize that so well. They utilize that so well. That's just so hard for Team Jambi to actually go near, even near the Vox zone. And let me just say that Meshuga with the Nova technology was really on a roll as well. He be doing the long range using the Nova technology and covering up for the people inside of the Vox zone. So I think it's a really flawless victory, and it was a really fast game. You mentioned that it didn't even afford to actually go to Vox zone B anymore. They just racked up points, and it's just so hard for Team Jambi to actually penetrate into the Vox zone area.
Yeah, I think Team Jambi got kind of lost in the sauce for a bit there. They were
Mm,
at
true.
some point they were separated so bad that they were just trying to get the kills, trying to stay alive, right? And when you start playing to not lose, that means you're not playing to win. And when you're not playing to win, then things just don't pan out well. So unfortunately for Team Jambi, they will be dropping map number one.
Mm,
Hopefully, when we move on to space, they have a better game plan, better content, a little bit of a reset because man, when you think about it, 0 and 100 is not the best. It's possibly the worst outcome here
true.
that you could even think of.
Yeah, and talking about momentum, if you have like 0 to 100, 100 to none, you definitely have the momentum. You'll be dictating the pacing for game number two. Unfortunately for Team Jambi, it would be really an uphill climb for them. On the other hand, for Gaming Grid Esports, it's just like a walk in the park. They had 100 points, and it's gonna boost their morale going towards game number two. And for Team Jambi, they definitely need to re-strategize. What kind of brands should they pick for the space complex? So for the space map, rather, they need to re-strategize. They need to have a good brand lineup. And the only difference during our game number one is Juno pick against a Nova technology, wherein we've seen Michigan who really capitalized well on playing the Nova technology on a long range, medium to long range scenario during our game number one. So game number two, it's kind of critical. Definitely a do or die for Team Jambi. They need to win game number two, or else it would be a 2-0 sweep for Gaming Grid Esports. So yeah, later on we'll be showing you guys the stats. That was a really fast game, just to have it.
Yeah, there was just way too much going on. I think Team Jambi, once they could not take control of it at the start of the round, I think everything just started falling apart, right? When
Mm,
even with the Kelsey being brought out, even when they could step foot inside of strike point A, unfortunately, they were not able to do much with that because yeah, they didn't even get a point, right? They were able to step in, but they weren't able to eliminate the players of
mm.
Gaming Grid, and you can see it. Like the 0-100 is, it's nice and simple.
Yeah, definitely nice and simple. What a walk in the park for Gaming Grid Esports. We mentioned that we noticed that Team Jambi was able to utilize the skills of their beat dot, like having the ghost track towards the Vox zone. But unfortunately, the combo of a beat that has not been properly executed, and it's actually did not connect to any of the players. As what you mentioned, they were able to get in the Vox zone A, but they weren't able to actually eliminate any of the players coming from Gaming Lead. So it's just so hard for them to rack up points from the Vox zone. So yeah, heading towards game number two, they definitely need to first eliminate players from Gaming Grid, and then second to actually stay alive inside of the box zone and get some points. But I think it's just not going to be easy, knowing how high caliber Gaming Grid plays. So I don't really know what kind of adjustment they need to do, aside from adjusting their strategy, as adjusting their pick of brandings. I really cannot tell for game number two, because game number one was just so fast for me. It's like I blinked of an eye and everything has been concluded.
Yeah, I think Gaming Grid, right, at the moment, they look really good. The communication seems to be good. And I think Team Jambi, they kind of got, like I said earlier, lost in the sauce, right? Where
Yeah.
uh, Team, Team Jambi, I think, once they lost control, they started playing really individualistic, right? And that's not
Uh,
something you want to do here in PARAVOX because it takes so many things to be able to, number one, get in the strike
True.
zone, number two, hold the strike zone, and number three, get the kills, right? Those are the three main goals when you're playing Paravox. And when you're not playing as a team, ironically, Team Jambi, right, not playing as a team, you could see like there was a lack of control there. There was a lack of restraint. They got separated so much in the game that
Mm,
you couldn't really see much teamwork for them. And even when they had the utility out, even with the spectrum wall, even when they were able to collect information about the positioning for
mm.
Gaming Grid, they just did not have a solid foundation about how they went about it.
Yeah, and also you mentioned, aside from teamwork, the brands also have its synergy. Like one brand has a synergy towards the other brand, so I think they need to also pull off that kind of combination later on. So we're looking towards game number two. So a quick shout out just to Benedict, because I think he's a huge fan of Crispy. Crispy definitely dominated the game. Crispy has been playing the Kelsey, has been placing the Spectrum walls really well during game number one. So hopefully on game number two, since he has been boosted by his friend here, Benedict, hopefully Crispy will be doing a lot better for our game number two. Although he really shown us quite a spectacle, an awesome gameplay during game number one here for our series, best of three series. Crispy, someone to look out for. And the question here is that since this is going to be a space map. I think having a Kelsey would still benefit them. Like if you can put the spectrum wall on zone map, zone, Vox zone B, one side, just so they can like guard the other entrance. So I think that would be really good. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of Crispy and his Kelsey brand. So later on, we'll be showing you the updated stats. Who is our MVP? How many damage? How many hit points actually each of the players have, and how well they utilize a certain brand. So I'm gonna show you just in a bit. And yes, don't forget to follow our social media pages. I keep on
Yeah.
promoting. I keep on promoting PARAVOX. Go guys.
Hey man, I mean that's what we're here for. We're supposed to be bringing it, we're growing the community. So if you guys are enjoying Paravox, go ahead and tell your friends to join us here. Uh, Join us and become fellow Voxers. Because the
Boxers.
uh, the amount of events that we have, it's so fun. We got weekly tournaments. We have the monthly end of month tournaments with prize pools. Yes, they have bragging rights and prize pools here.
Mm.
And on top of that, of course, PCI, of course, you cannot register anymore. You guys missed the window. But
Uh,
it's exciting. It's exciting, right? We're going to
True.
find out if Full Sense can stay at the top here in Southeast Asia. And then once we're at PCI, the grand final in Tokyo, we'll find out whether or not Southeast Asia remains to be on top.
Hopefully, we can tell because right now we have our open qualifier. So this is a different story from before, wherein we just have our franchise teams. Now we do have several teams with potential, like this team that we witnessed a while ago, Gaming Grid Esports. So hopefully we'll be able to see more of them in our tournament. And now, let me just shout out all of our viewers. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Whichever part of the world you are. Hello to my bossing, MG Gaming, bossy. Shout out, MG. Who else?
Bossing.
Bossy, Oxel, shout out. Shout out to Benedict. Shout out to Meshuga. Meshuga. The one who's playing Nova Technology. On the other hand, I wanna hear also from Team Jambi. If there are fans at the comment section that is from Team Jambi, please comment your supportive message. Supportive
A
message.
supportive message, yeah. Raise your arms up and put some
Yes.
energy into the energy ball.
Go,
And if
go,
you
do
don't
it
get that
now.
reference, you might be too young. Yeah,
And
well, that being said,
now.
though, we're gonna try and fix everything going on in the background. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we are back, the continuation of match number 2. We'll see if Team Jambi can catch up or if Gaming Grid Esports finish it with a 2-0 sweep. We will be right back. Welcome back, Valkers. This is me, Suave. I am here with Nikki, and we had a little bit of an issue in the background, so we had to fix that. But now we're back. We are going to be going back to the action shortly, but a little bit of an update. We are actually moving on with our bracket, and we have now had, if I'm not mistaken, three teams now eliminated in our bracket. So we're moving a lot faster today than I thought it would be happening.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for the update, just suave. And at least we're still here. We're still here, guys. And we'll be giving you the updated bracket in just a bit. Once again, welcome to the PCI, the PARAVOX Championship International Open Qualifiers, and we'll be showing you now the bracket. Wow, that was fast. All right. So we have here No Fear, and then Gaming Greed Esports. So I think I think this will be the teams that we'll be looking out after, but still we have here UTDI Esports against Mokur. We watched Mokur a while ago. Gaming Grid as well. We watched them against Team Jambi. We do still have UAD Cuz and Intro Boys, so we still have a couple of games to be played for the afternoon. And yeah, which game are we gonna expect? Is it going to be UTDI Esports against Mokur?
I think we'll be probably getting both, but I
Oh,
think Moker they at this point have had quite a lot of rest, so we'll see
yes.
uh, if right they're ready to continue that domination. Because that 2-0 earlier up against Negative was something else, right? Yeah,
Mhm,
the way that they were racking up the points, right? I think both maps Negative were stuck at 67 or 69 or around that area. And
mhm.
yeah, Moker, they have a good idea about the game. You can tell that the macro strategy from them was really good.
Yeah.
On the other hand, another team that we have yet to see, UAD Cause and Intro Boys, we have not seen them yet.
Mhm,
So we'll see if it's gonna be a new narrative, if we see more interesting stuff. Because
mhm,
so far I think the most, I wouldn't say interesting, but the most surprising thing to me so far in the bracket is the how the Juno is so
mhm,
flexible in teams that know how to play around it, right?
mhm,
Where they replace the beat dot with the Juno, replace maybe the Bond Rat with the Juno, and you can see the flexibility of this brand
mhm,
specifically.
mhm. I mean, for Beat Dot, it has a specific combination. It also complements a specific brand lineup. As for Juno, we know that Juno is a burst type of SMG. So I think it also complements a different kind of brand lineup. It is just a matter of preference who which team can actually pull off a Juno. But good thing here at our tournament that we were able to witness on how our players, our Voxers, was able to utilize well a Juno pick. And looking for more kind of tournament or plays wherein our Voxers are will be able to successfully utilize a Juno. And now this is the updated bracket. Later on, we'll be spectating either UT, Esports Motor, or UAD Cus Intro Boys. But what's really important now is there are already teams that has been waiting for the semifinals. It's going to be Gaming Grid Esports and is it No Fear? Yeah, that's No Fear.
Yeah, it's no fear. And it's gonna be an interesting one, right? Because when you are one of the teams that finishes your matches earlier, that means you have a some time to, of course, number one, rest. But on the back of that, of course, taking a look at your adversaries.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see whether or not you're gonna be able to match up to them, and because of that as well, there's a little bit of an advantage there. So let's see if they will stick to their guns or if they'll
Mm-hmm.
actually make an adaptation to counteract the current strategies that are set up for our teams that have yet to play.
True, true. There are still teams who we haven't witnessed yet, teams that has not played yet, and I'm thinking, what kind of mentality do they have? I mean, a player or a Voxer's mentality when they haven't played yet, as compared to those who already played. Let's say for um UTDI Esports against Mokur. Mokur already has played two games out of the series, and as for UTDI, they haven't played yet. So I think it has its up. its ups and downs. So let's just find out later on what kind of mentality does this player does have in mind going straight in our tournament. But once again, to our Voxers who currently watching right now, this is the Open Qualifier, still me, Suave, and Mickey. And if you have not followed all of our social media channels yet, this is the perfect time for you to do so. Please do follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, X, and also on Discord to be updated on the newest, latest updates of PARAVOX game.
Yeah, looking real exciting as well now that we are aware, right, of the changes, aware as well of how the Juno has been slotted in here to the meta so far,
Oh yes.
where it is more of a replacement to the beat dot, and you kind of can't have the best of both worlds because I think we saw that earlier when it was very focused on short range fights. It did not work out well, right? And again, we go back to that classic look that you need to be able to cover long range with the Scotchy, a more flexible pick like the Nova, and of course the Juno or Beat-Dot, which has been an easy replacement for the shotgun here.
Yes. So it's a matter of you wanna play it, you wanna take it as a close range battle, or you wanna take it to a long range battle. But one thing's for sure, there are guns or brands like Nova Technology which can do both of worlds, like close and long range as well. Okay. Yeah, we've been seeing Beat Dot and Bonrat. Yeah, Bonrat, we've been seeing Eclipse Smoke being countering against Scatchy and even Nova Technology using the Eclipse Smoke. But yeah, Nova Technology does have its tactical echo, so still can reveal the opponents even though they are under the Eclipse Smoke. As for Kelsey, we've been seeing perfectly placed spectrum walls and photon blast as well. So I think, yeah, it's just a matter of other brands that we have not seen yet, and we won't be seeing, such as Nef Chief anymore, and Q or Qdo. So those are the brands that we won't. I don't really think that we'll be seeing further in our tournament right now. Especially we're heading towards the semifinals. There are already teams that are waiting, sitting pretty, waiting and watching for the other teams to be battling out one another for their spot in the semifinals. Also happening today, this is a best of three series. As for the semifinals, is it best of three or best of five?
Yeah, I think so. It is best of three. I think that's our grand finals. That is going to be best of five, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
We'll have to verify later. But anyway, with that being said, I think also the thing about our current format, it's single elimination. You don't want to take too many risks, and because of that, right? Because it is single elimination, it kind of cuts away from trying to innovate, from
Mm,
experimenting here, because you need to be sure about what you're throwing out on the battlefield. Unfortunately, right, we saw in the Vox Zone quite a few times some experiments gone bad. You know, the Nef Chief idea was a valiant idea, did not work out. We got changing the Juno along with the Beatot at the same time. It did not work out either. So yeah, there's just so little time for most of these teams to try and get a handle of what the meta is, right? And that's
mm.
why I think, at least currently, we do have teams that are innovating, but they need to win first.
Yeah, definitely have to win. And now's not the time for actually like testing their. I mean, I want to do this, I want to play that. Now's not the test. Not the time for them to test their um brands or these brands yet. I think Prefer- preferably you wanna stick with your comfort pick, so probably you will be seeing more of the comfort picks here for other teams, which is really valid if you're gonna like record the game, since those are that's the best of the best that they can actually put into our tournament, simply because you mentioned that this is a single elimination, no lower bracket, you don't have any other chance for you to actually explore or experiment, so you have to really give it your all. So whatever your performance is here for our open qualifiers is going to be really, I think, the most valid information that we can get from this team, especially that we have really don't have any information from them since they're here from the open qualifiers. And this is free registration, anyone can actually register. So yeah, we're really seeing people or boxers here with huge potentials, and especially for heading towards the grand finals. Probably they can be at par with the franchise teams heading towards the playoffs for the PCI, or the Paravox Championship International. Um, yeah, I really want to. I'm really looking forward to how UTDI Esports play also Intro Boys and UAD Cast, because we don't have any information from them just yet. As for No Fear, yeah, I think we have not seen No Fear as well. So these are the teams that I'm still looking out for our whole tournament for today. And in a couple of minutes or moment, I think we'll be showing you guys the map pick, updated bracket, the map pick, and also the brand picking, right, Joshua?
Yeah, gonna be looking forward to that. I think, of course, like you said earlier, we're still gonna be seeing the same here. We have yet to see a full best of three, right? Everything was a sweep so far,
Yeah,
which means we have not seen Neo City at all today. I'm kind of sad, but at the
true.
same time, it just happens. Sometimes it does work out. But now, with that being said, of course, for this next match, it is gonna be the same story. We're gonna be starting it out here with Launch Complex, followed by Space, and then to end it, Neo City, the classic.
Yes, and yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing a game number 3 for this series, just so we can witness a fight or a match at Neo City, because we've been missing that map a lot. Although it has been the longest map that has been launched for the game since the pre-release or the alpha. Yeah, so alpha testing. So I think we really want to see Neo City being played here, and using the classic brands to be played here, such as Cash, a Nova technology, and just a couple of whatever they can use, like either shotgun or SMG. But here once again, we have UTDI Esports and Mulcor. Mulcor, we watched them. It was a 2-0 sweep. Now the question lies now, will Mulcor be able to do another 2-0 sweep, or will UTDI be the ones advancing and facing up against No Fear? So that's one question to be answered for this series. I mean, we do have an information for Mulcor. Unfortunately enough, we don't have any for UTDI Esports.
Yeah, and of course for UTDI, right? They had a buy here, so they have been
Yeah.
resting, watching, sitting pretty, and waiting for somebody to actually show up on their side of the bracket. That's gonna be Moker, who have been. To be fair, I think Moker, they're a team that is pretty straightforward. It's nice, honest Paravox, nothing too flashy, nothing new,
True.
and
True.
that does kind of scare you as well, because if you see how your opponent plays early on before you even get to face up against them, then you have that time to explore, to think about how you're going to counteract that specific playstyle that Moker showed earlier. One that involves a lot of kills with the Scotchy and a lot of close quarter fights inside of the smokes whenever the
Mm.
Eclipse smoke is available.
Yeah. Come to think about it, you're correct there when it comes to straightforward playing Paravox coming from Mulcor. They don't have really much shenanigans going on with the lineup. But it's also good that, at least they can still have some tricks up to their sleeves. That they still have some strategies uncovered yet and undiscovered by UTDI. So that's also, I think, an edge for the team. And like you mentioned, it's quite dangerous to be going up against a team that been playing Paravox head on, like no shenanigans at all, no gimmicks, just full head on, pure fire, full power when it comes to playing Paravox. So hopefully UTDI will be able to adjust. And I think at least somehow for UTDI, they have an info now on what kind of brands Mulcor has been playing for each of the maps. So I think that's a really good information. But I think on the flip side, you mentioned that they are a buy. They haven't played just yet. So looking at if they're like like the metaphor of an engine, they haven't been warmed up yet.
Have been
Hopefully
warmed
they
up at
did.
all, yeah.
Hopefully they do have a warm up at range. How about you, Joshua? Do you have like a warm up first, like before you head on straight to each of the maps, or just, I mean, do you play
I'm the
range
kind of guy that
first?
goes straight in.
Mm-hmm. You
My
you
warm
play
up is losing 2 times.
a rank game. Queuing rank game for your warm up. Very brave of you to do that. On the other hand, I tend to like practice first because I'm a potato aim. I can't just go warm up on ranking. But do you play with
Yeah,
your friends? I usually play with Spaghetti.
I am a solo player.
Wow. Oh, I
I've
think
been
we will
that
be
busy.
having the voice comms. Like I don't know if it's December, but we'll be having that.
Yeah, it's on the timeline right now. I think the roadmap's looking really good. You gotta love the fact that
Yeah.
PARAVOX, they have a good roadmap that's really laid out, and they do follow it, right?
Yes.
When they said that okay, a new brand was coming, a new map was coming, it came right on schedule as well. So you gotta love that.
Yeah, I even asked her, how do you pronounce Dafiron? So Dafiron. It's
The
Dafiron. Okay.
Daferon or that fire, and
Yeah.
someone's gotta tell us. It's a
Dafiron.
mystery.
Because
We
I
don't
asked
know
you,
yet
how
because
do you
it's
pronounce?
it's banned.
Oh yeah, players cannot play it. Just for the tournament, since it's a new gun, we have to test it yet. Are there any bugs for the gun or so? So yeah, for every tournament, if there's a new patch, we tend to stick to the most stable brands. So I think, which explains, and we're currently sticking with the most stable maps as well, the ones that we've
Yeah,
shown you guys a while ago.
yeah. I think I'm really looking forward to see. I mean, when you are at this level of the scene, right? You want to see people actually getting used to
Mm.
what's going on in certain maps. With that
Yes.
being said, of course, we are gonna be putting our masks on, ladies and gents, going into the Vox zone. Finally, we're gonna be starting the third match on broadcast for the day.
Let's head on straight to game number 3 between UTDI Esports and Mokur. Mokur, should I say Mokur Esports? No, Team Mokur. Oh, they already are inside of our map here, and I think that's going to be someone from Mokur 2 against 1. But someone's just gonna go
Oh, what?
out. But Kados
Already?
and Spyro will be dying by the hands of Emerald DC. We've seen how good Emerald DC has been playing with with
Yeah.
um with the Juno and Raiden too.
Yeah, Emerald DZ has been such an insane force to be reckoned
Mm-hmm.
with when you are up close and personal with it. But it looks like UTDI Esports may have had a little bit of preparation time. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, with that being said, though, Moker are still in the lead. Then the main difference here you could see the
Mm-hmm.
Moker setup. You got two short range guns, right? You have the Juno, you have the Beat Dot, and UTDI they are trading kill for kill Skyraw and Raiden up close and
Ooh,
personal. Now, somebody
1v1.
finally, it looks like that Raiden has finally found his match. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey in the hands of UTD, I'm making it a little bit easier for them to get the information to stop their opponent from getting
Ooh.
that space. Although, even with that happening right now, Raiden, Prometheus trading out the kills. Moker is still in the lead. Emerald easy good for one as well. And now there's only one man standing,
Ooh.
taking down a full shutdown of UTDI Esports. Moker again. Nice end early in the game, taking the lead and taking it further.
Yes, and they do have a huge advantage right now to 35 against 5 Skyro with the Juno. Looking for target there, but still smoke. Eclipse smoke has been casted here. It's gonna go out and about. They are not getting any points. It has been contested here by Boker. And at least the points are quite steady for now, just for now. But let me take it back as UTDI is now getting points. But Candles will be taken by Raiden. You mentioned like how big boss he is, but now he will be done for by Prometheus 77 and two
Ah,
against one here. And now
Emerald
at,
easy.
at least they're taking some points here by UTDI, but will that be enough? I don't think
Again?
so. I don't think so. Emerald DC with the Juno bursting his way, but he will go down. But at least there's always an answer to every aggression coming from Mokur.
Well, now the problem right now for UTDI is that even if they are able to get points, the problem is they have not
Yeah.
been able to close this lead. It's way too far away. And again, the Juno, the attempt being made. Kale coming from Prometheus, taking a ride as well on the other side. It's going to be a 2v2 now inside. Emerald DZ off of our strike point now as the Eco
Mm-hmm.
Smoke is blocking their
Ooh.
vision, trying to do some damage, trying to counteract and see if they can get past the Spectrum wall, which has been put up already for them. Now, switch over. Skyraw on the hunt, trying to do some damage as they switch over to strike point B now. Moker Not gonna be able to get there early, but there it is.
Uh-huh.
Now 1v1 as everyone else rotating over. Kadal's is gone and Prometheus has to catch up as well. So it's gonna be in the hands of Skyra here to prevent Moker from getting so
Ooh.
many more points. But still, the kill coming in for Kadal's gone. And again, 2v3 Skyra with the Juno
Go,
still up close.
Raiden!
Personal Raiden, the way that they are going head to head right now, these two main damage dealers of their teams, is insane to watch. And now, again, Emerald Smokes being brought up to down on the side of Moker. It's Emerald DZ all alone now, trying to do the damage, trying to prevent them from taking away that lead. But the
Almost!
2v1 not gonna be there. Raiden coming in to save the day. And now 1v1 again and again here on Strike Point B.
Again and again, 37 to 48. Skyro with the Juno trying to burst someone there while reloading. And they are just jumping. Jump shots will be casted while reloading. And they're taking the game outside of the Vox zone and just going in. They are perfect when it comes to contesting. 41 to 50. Just 9 points here. We're seeing a lot of hellfires. It's connecting. Prometheus going to be done for. Emerald DC will be done for as well. That's a trade-off. Just 8 more
That's not
points
fun.
here. This is a perfect time for
The smoke?
UTDI to actually
How?
go and actually close in 7 more points to be one situation. But Candles will be
Raiden!
dying by the hands of Raiden here and even proving us how well Raiden is actually doing for his team. 2v2
How is
victory.
this?
And that is the wall spectrum wall. Even if Redowski will be killing Spyro with that just amount of life.
The amount of space that has been provided here for the team, right? Even with Raiden down to the very last of his health, they come in at the right time, but Prometheus takes down 2. A
Wow.
wombo combo coming in from him, and it's Raiden gonna be alone. Taken down as well. The full wipeout shut down for UTDI as they catch up. They should be taking away the lead now. Emerald DZ looking to prevent that from happening, but that's 3 people right in front of him, trying to prevent him from even getting close. Explosive in his way, and the bullets from the Kelsey as well.
Wow.
So many angles that they have to cover now as UTDI full control of our Strike Point B right now. Yuna takes on Prometheus. That's 1 down, and Kadal's down as well. It's all up to Skyra to try and prevent it, to try and keep them alive, and they get him off now. Kill again for them. The wipeout coming in from Moker now. And here it's evenly matched, but now Moker, they have such a huge advantage. Taking back the lead, trying to extend it even more. And the last few seconds here in Strike Point P, as the rotation has to happen. Strike Point C now being hunted down as they race against time.
Exactly. They're running for their lives, going towards the zone,
Yeah?
the Vox zone. See here, Skyro already dominating the area, just hiding. Really sneaky with the Juno there. Emerald DC looking for targets, 79 to 78. No, make it 80. And they are actually leading. UTDI Esports was able to turn the tables. They were able to actually be leading in our match. But will that be enough of a lead? Going up against Mokor, we know how well Mokor and Discipline they are. 3 against 1. Will they be able
Sarah?
to finally get
How?
this area? Eclipse
Eclipse
Smoke will
Smoke.
be casted right now. Hellfire not connecting. Skyro will be done for
Raiden!
83 to 79. 2v3 situation here. And they are throwing in some shots. It's connecting actually. And it's having UTDI having a hard time to actually
Oh, the spectrum
get some
roll.
points. But at least they are contesting the area 83 to 79.
So close right now. Moker taking down 1, a second as well. Kadal's now gone. Prometheus trying to stay alive on the other side of the spectrum wall, but he's been pushed out. Now Moker in control of the Strike Point, looking to hold on to the very last second. And still, Emerald DZ takes down 1. Now with Skyra all alone again. Now to 1v2, the movement a little bit too fast. Blinking out of their way. In and out like a bee right now. Cannot connect any of the bullets onto this man. His movement might be too much. Moker, they lose 2 members. It's going to be Yuna here trying to keep it alive. Now, only with a 2-point lead right now.
Yuna!
Again, he falls. Emerald DZ, full control now for UTDI. They have to run for it. There's only 7 points to go. And even with the Spectrum Wall, they take full control.
Wow.
Moker, they're running out of time, running out of space. Only 2 points still. And somehow the shutdown comes in for UTDI. There it is. Map number 1 goes to UTDI Esports.
Wow, UTDI turning the tides to their advantage during that Vox Zone B towards the Vox Zone C. Until the end of it, they're just gritting their teeth and they eventually won that game. I must commend Skyro with the Juno. All of his shots are on point, and he knows who he needs to target. That's going to be Raiden. On Prometheus, on the other hand, Kelsey, all of the Photon Blast, and even the Spectrum Wall has been played so accurately onto their advantage as they were able to actually contest each of the Vox Zone and eventually gather and rack some points. What a game, just and that's what I'm actually looking out for.
Yeah, we are looking for that kind of performance out of UTDI to take down Moker here. I think they look really good as well. The way that they were specifically targeting Raiden. Remember that earlier on in our bracket, we saw that Raiden was being that main force,
Yes.
the one that had to be targeted because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise they just run away with it. And this was such a close affair. You can see
Yes.
that if it was not for Prometheus towards the end of
Mm-hmm.
our first map here, taking down, if I'm not mistaken, it was Yuna. And then
Mm-hmm.
Skyro just going absolutely insane here. Again and again, right? Where Moker did
Mm-hmm.
not even have a chance to have a full team in Strike Zone C. And because of that, right, even if they were holding on for dear life, it was just not enough. And they got away with a really good win.
We're seeing Yuna really utilizing the ghost track and even the stun, but still not quite enough. Look at how many kills Raiden has, 14-5. That is insane for Raiden. It's just so hard for them to actually conquer our Voxon. On the other hand, Emerald DC has been dying a lot lately. Even though with the Juno, he's been dying a lot lately. So I'm thinking if having this kind of lineup, I mean, are they gonna bring this towards our game number two? Because they really need to step up. I mean, this is not a fair match. It's neck and neck, and that's why I was really amused commentating on this one. I really love the game sense of each of the members. They know what to do. They know when to attack and when to disengage. They have a really good discipline, both of the teams. So UTDI Esports and Mofer, they are two teams that are very promising. At up to the last Voxzone C, I really can't tell who will win, but there was this time wherein you mentioned Prometeo was able to take out Yuna and even Raiden, and Skyro is on a roll there when it comes to actually just prioritizing Raiden and Emerald DC. And not to mention Kadal's Bonrad, the Hellfire, the smokes, is actually doing its thing. Although Raiden has the tactical echo, I mean, these two teams, the lineup of their brands, it's actually counter countering each of the other guns. Let's say Raiden is countering Paddles, then Emerald DC and Skyro both has aiming on the burst side. On the other hand, Prometheus be blocking. On the other hand, Yuna, I mean, looking at the beat dot, it's more of a single target for me as compared to a Kelsey. I think that's just the only difference then.
Yeah, I think it got a little bit weird towards the end. The Kelsey was just making sure that they could contest. It was a
Mm-hmm.
really creative usage of the Spectrum
Mm-hmm.
Wall, where usually you would try to block off your opponent entirely from getting on the strike zone. But what they did was they cut the strike zone in half, put the
Half.
entire team on the strike zone, right, and that made sure that they were preventing their opponents from getting
True.
any points at all. Right, and
Mm-hmm.
then once that Spectrum Wall got broken, they just went in for the kill. And again, right, the performance out of Raiden, yes, it was good,
Uh-huh.
but unfortunately, the teamwork, I think the macro was really good out of UDTI.
Yeah. And also for Prometheus, you mentioned Kelsey Walls plays perfectly. The Photon Blasts are also placed perfectly in a way that it's not targeting the players but baiting them. He keeps on throwing the Photon Blast on the left side, so he's baiting the players to go to the right side. So that's really brilliant of him because I've been seeing him on how he plays his guns skills, Kelsey's skills. He's not actually targeting the players using the Photon Blast. He keeps on just baiting them to go to the other side. On the other hand, Skyro has been waiting for them. So I think that kind of level of gameplay, I think they've been screaming a lot and been using that kind of strategy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think they, when it comes down to it, the more scrims you have, the more creative you get with the guns that you do have, right? And if a
Mm-hmm.
lot of practice has to be put in, a lot of experimentation also as well, right? So I think UDTI, the way that they took this first map, it's definitely looking good. But the problem now is whether or not they can finish it.
Mm.
and actually move forward. Because yeah, I mean, Moker, they might have lost, but they didn't lose by much. It was really close.
Yeah, definitely close, and they were leading actually early on the game. So for game number two, for sure, Mulker can definitely bounce back, especially it's going to be space map, and we know how Mokor plays on space map. So I believe that they'll definitely be able to tie the series and eventually force a game number three at Neo City, just because we want to watch Neo City. But yeah, UTDI Esports is a team to watch out for. They have the discipline, because sometimes the teams tend to crumble early on the game when a team tends to actually lead. They tend to crumble. But we've seen the discipline coming from UTDI, and also when they were able to actually eliminate one after another coming from Mukor team. When we mentioned a while ago that every time that you die, there's a penalty when it comes to the spawn, especially heading towards the last part or the latter part of our game. There, the penalty keeps on adding a lot of seconds to your respawn time. So yeah, dying at the latter part of our game's not gonna really help you or do you any good. So I think that's when UTDI was able to capitalize on their kills.
Yeah, it's definitely more punishing to be losing at the end. And I think, right, even we saw the stats, we saw Raiden with the most kills in the entire lobby. But
Mm.
if you notice, the pattern actually was that, yeah, he was going insane at the first part. But once they got a good feel of how he plays, man, that's where you kind of get scared. Because once
Mm.
your star player, Raiden, gets taken down again and again towards the end. And again, the way that our timers work, right? If the respawn takes way too long, then it turns into this cycle of your entire team just dying and coming back. And we saw
Yeah,
that towards the end, where the way that Moker was playing, they just ran out of it. It got
true.
so. I would say that they got shut down so many
Oh yeah.
times towards the end of Launch Complex that there was no surprise that they couldn't really come back from it.
Yeah, so that's also a thing to actually note for Moker. Hopefully, they'll be able to adapt on that and actually adjust for our game number two, because they definitely need to win game number two if they want to prolong their stay here in our tournament and to tie the series, because this is a best of three. By the way, to everyone who's currently watching, we're still here for the PCI Open Qualifiers. Still me, Suave and Nikki Nikki, and still you're watching Paravox. If you have not tried the game yet, it's available for free on Epic Games, and please do add us on your wish list. Add PARAVOX game on your wish list at Steam. By the way, we also have weekly tournaments. There's a lot of events, a lot of things in store here at PARAVOX. So if you're looking for a game that's fast-paced and third-person shooting games, I think PARAVOX is perfect for you. So keep on downloading it now and play it with your friends. Also, don't forget to follow all of our social media channels. And yeah, we're heading straight to our game number two for the series, and it's going to be a space map. Swabe, what do you think are the guns that would be complementing space map, or the
I
brands
think, of
rather?
course, like we've said it so many times, the Kelsey is such an important gun here
LC.
when it comes to space.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the Juno has its place as
Juno.
well that can be added in, right? Especially specifically in Strike Point B, you have your Spectrum Wall on one side, you have the Juno for short range fights on the other, and then of course not to worry about your Nova, who will always be flexible in how they play.
Ooh.
So, like, if you have that specific idea of trying to finish it at the end of it, that's where we're going to be looking for. But we'll see in a bit, actually, what the teams have selected here as we move on to space. That way, we don't need to start. We don't need to keep guessing.
No, because we're talking about the brands. We'll be showing you guys the brand selection of each of our team. Once again, we have UTDI Esports and Moker. So, oh, it's going to be again Kelsey for Prometheus. Spyro will be switching from Juno to Beat Dot. You mentioned that a perfect brand to switch for Juno is Beat Dot, and then Bonrat. I think, is it still, yeah, from Nova Technology to Bonrat. On the other hand, Mokur, they're sticking to their lineup, right? This is the same lineup, is it?
Yeah. This is an interesting one. Like we talked about earlier that Kelsey's really important in Space Map, but when you talk about how Moker plays, I think they don't actively look for being able to isolate your opponents. I
Mhm.
think that's an interesting one because knowing that the UTDI, they're a very orderly playing team. They know how to play the macro. We are looking to see if they now have a better read on how they play on a larger scale. That being said, of course, let's put on our masks. We're going to be going back into the Vox zone. Map number 2 now going to be underway. UTDI already taking control of strike point A. And again, Moker, they have been denied any kind of space here.
Mhm. Any space not available for them to occupy, but we're seeing Hellfires. We're seeing Eclipse Smoke being
Whoa!
utilized, but Cadals Prometheus will be done for. Iskra, on the other hand, will be killing Yuna, but Skyro will be dying as well. Just very hot. They went in really strong here. Mokur really wants vengeance. Will this be the revenge arc for Mokur?
Oh, that's so scary. We talked about Raiden earlier. He might have been getting the
Uh-huh.
kills now early, but that's the same thing that happened in map 1 and see what happened. This time, though,
Oh,
it's going to be picking up the slack. Takes down Prometheus now. 3-man hold on our strike point as they're preventing UTDI from even setting foot here. And the life is so low. It's so low.
oh,
Raiden finally, and Emerald DZ is trading off the kills, but it's a
oh!
2v2. Somehow they get one still. And with Prometheus being the last man standing here, full health in
Super
his
look
hands
one!
and the very, very slow fire rate of the Kelsey, punishing him immediately. The shutdown now coming in from Oker, and the lead in their hands.
I was really amazed with 1 HP still battling up and contesting the Vox zone here. On the other hand, Cadals will be using the Eclipse zone here to their advantage and even racking up some points, but still that will be enough as they are going up against Yuna. To the rescue here, Raiden will be able to pick up anyone here to beat the situation. Someone Cadals
Oh,
going to be Ghost tracking, but he will be dying together with Prometheus, and now
Kyra!
Mokur will be getting more points, but let me take it back as Raiden will be bidding farewell as Kyra will be
Oh,
killing
Skyra
Raiden
with a
Jr.
triple
and Emerald
kill!
DZ with that triple kill, and now's the perfect time for them to actually get more points. What an amazing game play coming from this our Kelsey player, Skyra.
Yeah, insanity coming in from Skyraw here with a beat dot up close and personal,
Oh,
making sure that Moker could not even get close on to our strike point. Now they have a 10-point lead, but it's going to be again inside of the Eclipse smoke. And again, when it's short range like this,
Hellfire?
Moker take control. Prometheus Cuddles now down. It's only going to be Skyraw, and
Oh!
it's going to be tit for tat. A shutdown in the other direction. Moker, they do not want to go down without a fight.
Yuna looking for the HP, but going back for a bit. They will be letting go for the voxel right now. 22 seconds in our clock. Prometheus looking for targets there. Just going in and out for now. And even gatekeeping someone, but Hellfire will be used. And Prometheus Thunder. Yuna will be dying as well. So there's always trade-off. One for
Cuddles.
one trade.
Oh
Paddles
no!
will be dying as well. Mokur just getting a little bit of a lead. 2v2. No, make it 2v1. As again, I think they're trying to go in one after another like an audition. Not looking
Yeah, getting a
good.
little bit awkward. Yeah, Skyraw is gone. It's gonna be a full bum rush going in towards B. Again, this is the site that we said you're using the Kelsey. It's gonna be
Yeah.
better for you. Cuddles takes down Raiden. It's gonna be a good first kill. Now in strike point B and up close personal Prometheus trying to do the damage with the
Almost.
photon blast. Not hitting a
Almost.
single thing though. But they
Oh,
are
no.
still alive. Afraid of kills now for both sides. Yuna gonna be the last man standing for Moker. And as they are fighting to take control now of strike point B, it's so close, it's so equal. Both sides now covered. Raiden takes down Kadalt again. Skyra only with a B-Dot has to fight up close and personal. Now the two-man push, the crunch coming in from both directions. Yuna takes him down. Prometheus now a little bit too far away. Even with the Kelsey in his hands, it's not enough to prevent them from taking that space, taking the points in quick
Yeah.
succession. And Prometheus, forced out, cannot see a single thing as his teammates are going to be coming to his aid. It might not be enough because now he eventually falls. And Kadal's again falling at the hands of Yuna. Skyra single-handedly playing the star player for UTDI Esports here. Even doing his best, cannot
50% time.
get the kills still.
Nice. Sustain coming from Skyro. With that heal, will that be enough? I don't think he'll be flying. Emerald DC will be killing him using the range strike. And now Candles going in. Hellfire will be casted. Even the Eclipse smoke to 3v 2v2 situation. But Yuna is critically low, going out for a bit there. But Yuna will be still
Yuna.
taking up Prometheus there. And now it's gonna be 2v1,
Yuna.
eliminating Emerald DC. But someone's gonna go in. This going to be is Spyro. I think this is Spyro, right? 2v1
Yeah.
situation, 57 to 86. I mean, just when we thought that Kelsey will be the perfect gun here at Voxel B, still Moker was really strong in heading towards this match, and even killing Spyro in the process. He has been dominating our Vox Zone B right now. Someone's critically low. Yuna's gonna die there. Emerald DC, that's him. But still, because of the wall, Emerald DC will be safe for now. 1v1 situation here at the Vox Zone.
Oh. Yeah, 2v2 now as his teammates come in. Skyrock to the rescue, takes down Raiden, and again, Spectrum Wall's gone. Skyrock with a second as well, and he's looking to stay alive, but only 20 seconds left here in the strike point. They might want to try and go the other way now. Start to rotate away, but Yuna is here. Gotta make sure that the strike from above does not connect as well. UTDI full control, and Moker, they want to prevent them from getting that lead away. Now, three-man flank. Now the push coming in from them. Up close and personal again. Raiden takes the Prometheus point blank. Skyra with the speed thought cannot hold the candle to the aggression coming in from Moker. But look at this. Skyra
Let's
is
go!
already in strike point C. It's 2v1. He's gonna have to stay alive for as long as possible now with the invisibility activated. And here, no control taken away. Only so little fight they can do. But Moker now equaling us back 1-1 in the best of 3.
Moker tying up the series now with 1-1, and we will be heading straight finally to Neo City. What an amazing and explosive gameplay coming from Team Moker. I think they definitely gathered a lot of points during the Vox Zone B, and just when we thought that Kelsey is the perfect gun or perfect brand for Vox Zone B, Moker has proven us wrong, especially me, because their lineup did not consist of a Kelsey. They have a Beat Dot, I
Tita,
forgot
Juno,
Nova technology, right?
and then
So
Nova, yeah.
yeah, and I just can't really wrap my head around what happened during the Vox Zone B, because it should have been UTDI's advantage. That map should have been their advantage, but unfortunately, I think it's just a matter of prioritizing who to shut down first, and we've been seeing them shutting down uh Skyro. Yeah. So now we'll be showing you guys the match results, the stats, and let's see what happened during that game number 2 of our series. As we can see for Mokor, it has always been Raiden, the menace that he is. 13-4. He is keeping a distance with his Nova technology. He's not using it for close encounter. What he's been doing is actually letting Yuna and Emerald DC handle the close combat. On the other hand, for UTDI, they have been debated, and they weren't able to actually locate where Raiden is. That's what I think what happened. How about you, Gustav?
Yeah, it was an interesting time, right? Knowing that Moker, the way that they are set up right now, it's really geared for short range fights. This is where the Kelsey starts to fail, right? Because we know that the Kelsey, as a gun, it has a very, very slow fire rate. And you could see it every time they got up in Prometheus's face, he got killed. Because Kelsey is more of a defensive brand. Even with the Spectrum Wall out, if they can find a way to get up close and personal, then you just can't fight back. You can see it, right? He's got 1 and 11 for Prometheus. So he got punished hard by the very aggressive playstyle that Moker had here in map 2.
Yeah, I think that's very wise for Moker to actually shut down someone who has a really huge impact when it comes to this map, which is the Kelsey player, which is Prometheus. So that's what really happened with 111. He died so much, meaning to say he has been shut down so much. On the other hand, Cadel Skyro, they're just having a hard time to actually cover him up, like you mentioned, since Prometheus is not like a really aggressive player with his brand. He's just more of a defensive type, like baiting these people to going to one side, especially since he has the wall and even the photon blast. So I think that's what really happened here. Moker knows their target. Moker knows who to shut down, and this time around, it's going to be from Mateo 7-7, unfortunately. And they were able to adapt and adjust and eventually tie up our series. So these two teams definitely at par with one another. They deserve to be here, and whoever wins on game number three, I cannot really say who's going to win game number three, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting time because we're looking at two different approaches to the meta now. Knowing that
Mm,
the Juno has been slotted in almost every map here for Moker and UTDI. Yeah, I think they might be behind the curve a little bit for space, but they look really good on launch complex. So I'm looking forward
yeah.
to Neo City, knowing that it is of course one of the oldest, or the oldest map, in fact, here on PARAVOX. So most likely, at least to me, that UTDI will probably have something cooked and ready for Moker here.
Hmm. I think they're still gonna use Kelsey because there are narrow streets there. But yeah, having a Juno for game number three for the space, I mean for the Neo City would be really good as well, since you'll be forcing the game to be really close combat. But as we all know, Moker, they always have an answer to that, especially Raiden switching to having his is he u- yeah beat is he using beat dot? Sorry, I can't recall if it's a beat dot or a Nova. I think it's a Nova technology, but let's just go back to it later on. But yeah, having a Nova technology on a map like Neo City would definitely be very versatile brand because it can be used long range or close range. And if or your opponents cannot catch up to you, I think that would be a huge advantage. So having a Nova technology would also be a good pick. But yeah, let's just find out later on for our game number three.
Yeah, gonna be looking forward to it. I think when it comes down to it, I think Neo City, we're gonna definitely see a Scotchy player. We have not seen a Scotchy this entire series, by the way, and that
No.
interests me, knowing that Scotchy was definitely one of the staples when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to playing Paravox back in PGRT. So now that we have Juno as a new option to play up close and personal to fight short range, I think it has taken away some of that value from the Scotchy, because if you're too close, right? If you're on an SMG and you're all up in the face of the sniper player, it's really
True.
hard to flick onto the face of your opponent.
True. Very hard. Also, considering low ammos, and then you also have a long time reloading, so it's not really that good. But we won't keep you guys waiting or guessing, because we will be showing you now the brand selection for our game number three. This is the decider match. And once again, we're
Oh,
not seeing any sketchy player. But the only difference here for the lineup of the brands is a Bonrat for Cadals and Emerald DC with the B dot, having to play out with the kind of combination of the Ghost Strike and Rave Strike combination. On the other hand, for Bonrat, we have the Eclipse Smoke and the Hellfire combination. It's just going to boil down to these two players because, I mean, they have Juno, both of them have Nova technology as well.
yeah, I think this interests me as well. Now, they actually did choose the Bonrat over the Beat Dot. Remember when we are
Mm-hmm.
on Neo City, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people do love using that Eclipse Smoke, especially in Strike Point A when you
Uh-huh.
are blocking off the angles, because it's such a hidden part of the map. And the same goes for Strike Point C as well. When you are in the elevated Strike Point C, it's a lot harder to find a way to take down the people who are inside the smoke, because you either walk in and there's already two people looking your way, or you take down one and then it's you're gonna have to call it a day again. So for UTDI Esports, I do have a feeling that their current lineup of brands has somewhat of an advantage compared to
Mm.
Moker right now, but it has to be seen still. Because again, the beat dot, you have the tactical echo that is usable on the other side on
Mm.
Moker. So we'll see as we move on. Again, masks on. We're gonna go into the Vox zone in just one bit. Again, this time in our classic Neo City.
Yay. Finally, game number three. These two teams definitely deserve to be here in our open qualifiers. They've shown us how they adjust their discipline and how hungry they want to win. Let's look at Raiden here with the Nova technology throwing in such as no one's actually getting any damage for now because of that Eclipse smoke being
What?
utilized. Hellfire is actually connecting, and now Cadals will be the first one to actually die in our game number three.
Again, you can see the immediate
Ooh.
attention to detail now coming in from Skyro, taking down Riot and up close and personal again. The 1v1 this time being in their
Oh.
hands. UTDI kills stacking up in their favor. But somehow Moker, they still have the lead. Now though, we are tied up. You know that Cuddles is low, he's gonna have to back off. That means that it's gonna be a little bit more vulnerable on the strike point right now with Skyro. If anyone can hold it alone, it's gonna be him. Now, up from the sky, Raiden takes out Prometheus. And Skyro still in control. They're gonna double up now on strike point A. And from both directions, the kills coming in from Moker. Two now in their hands. It's Prometheus, he's too far away. It's gonna be easy points now for UTDI. But Moker, they are catching up.
Yes, Emerald DC perfectly landing those rave strike, and now tactical echo will be used, but smoke will be used right after, so it's actually gonna be useless at this point. Bonrat, Cuddles here with the Bonrat. Let's see if it's gonna connect though. 21 to 22, very close game right now, but at least UTDI was able to gatekeep the box zone A area from the air. 2v2 situation. Make it actually 3v2. Throwing in some shots. Someone's really low. It's gonna be from Teo. It's gonna go back for a bit there. Skyro as well. But perfectly placed smoke here coming from Cuddles. And it's actually working to their advantage. 31 to 23. And now they need to heal up though, because someone is actually critically low. It's gonna be from the Teos and Skyro as well. But Emerald DC once again is gonna be taken down here by Cuddles.
How is he still alive?
I don't know.
Single-handedly, we talked about how the Bonrat is not something you want to be using in short range, and somehow he's still alive. Right, and though takes down Prometheus. You can feel it now as Cuddles struggling to stay alive, brings out the Hellfire, gets taken down eventually. Moker good for 2, and Prometheus too far away to help out. It's gonna be a good attempt now coming in from them. UTDI only 10 points ahead now as they are looking to come back from it. Now come in the Raiden again. Here and Skyra joining in the fray with the Eclipse Smoke as well.
There you
Tactical
go.
Echo used out, but not gonna be able to PC too many people. That's a 3-man hold from UTDI. Even with Emerald there, he has to find a way to isolate these gunfights. And still, even if he's so close, he has not been able to step on the strike point right now. So UTDI, they are just stacking up the points now. 2v3 inside. Emerald takes down Cuddles now. 2v3. Trying to stay alive, forces them to separate. Prometheus running the way, but he cannot stay alive. It's Skyro again, 1v3. Up around the pillar, trying to play ring around the rosy, but it's too many people on the other side. He does buy a little bit more time. Cuddles now, again with the Eclipse Smoke being brought out for them. And they do have the lead, but the problem is, Moker, they've taken control again.
Yeah, advanced. They advanced towards box zone B just like that. Prometheus trying to get a hold of the area, just going to contest that, throwing in some shots using the Nova technology. It's not actually connecting, but at least Smoker was able to catch up as they advance really early in our game here at box zone letter B. B1 situation as they will be pushing is Skyro. Skyro keeps low with 22 HP there. Will they be able to still get a hold of this area? Will he be able to contest this? He's still alive. It's Skyro with the Juno being burned here with the Hellfire. Gonna look for an HP, but still looking for a target first. Priorities by Skyro. Even killing someone, Uniscat and Cuddles will be a trade-off there, 55-58. And it has been taken us too long before the scores actually moved here. And that's the perfect contest coming from Skyro, right? Prometheus there, 55 to 58, still being contested. Raiden against Yuna. Prometheus rather. Skyro's gonna die as well. Raiden is the king of box zone B.
Bubbles inside now of the Eclipse Smoke, forced out. You know, there's just too many people all around him. Tactical Echo being brought out by Prometheus, gets the information, but now you don't have control. Cuddles is gone. Yuna and the rest of Moker holding on for dear life as Skyro comes in from the sky. His timing might not be right. You know where he is. There's not enough firepower from UTDI to take them down. Even when he's emptying out the clip, Skyro just absorbing the bullets again and again. A double kill now coming in from Moker here. But Kadal's all alone, only with the Bonrat inside of the Eclipse Smoke still. Takes down 2 with a Hellfire as well. 1v1 it is. Emerald Easy up close and personal. We've said this before. The problem is when you're on the Bonrat, you cannot play like that. The range is too much, and the shotgun in the hands of Emerald Easy prevents him from taking any points. Now, reinforcements coming in from UTDI.
Exactly, 60 to 75. Will Skyro be able to actually defend the Vox Zone B area. Let's see and let's find out as we are trying to contest if Yuna. But we'll be killing Candles from Chaos. Will be the Gunner as well. 61 to 77. And that is a shutdown to Skyro and even Yuna. So at least it's still a trade-off. But now's the perfect timing for Emerald
Might be
DC
over.
to be getting some points
11
here. But on the
points.
other hand, the tactical echo will be used and they will be revealed. Nice smoke. But still another Hellfire will be used. And that's going to be Raiden and Yuna taking all the damage from the Hellfire. And this is now perfect timing for UTDI to actually get 4 points. But just 2 seconds left before we transfer to Vox Zone C.
Trying to find out if they can ace it now. The rotation, desperate coming in from UTDI because they cannot let go. They cannot give Moker the chance to get any points for free. Echo being brought out as they try to get some information. Now inside of strike point C, you can feel it. Struggle for power coming in for both directions. Now Yuna absorbing the bullets, coming in from behind, still alive though. Movement from Skyrock to Juno, a little bit too much for him to handle. He's down 19 HP. No one is dying somehow. Carols though. Finally gone from the map, and now Moker one step closer to victory. You can feel it. Raiden by Prometheus. Skyro again. Left to fend to his own devices. Only 6 points. He has to stay alive, but he's down. The shutdown from UTDI. They are gone, and Moker take that victory.
Moker will be advancing in our tournament for today. Good game, well played for UTDI. You guys gave it your all until the very end. We've seen how you wanted to contest the Vox Zone C. Unfortunately, this will be the end of your journey in our tournament. On the other hand, congratulations to Moker. You guys proven your worth and you will be advancing to our semi-finals, going up against No Fear later on in our matches for the afternoon. And now we'll be showing you guys the match result of that game number 3 at El Clasico Neo City.
Yeah, what a performance out of them. You can see Raiden, yeah, he was specifically targeted last time, but this time, man, he came back. 10-4 here, and even Emerald DZ 10-4 as well. It was full domination coming in from Moker. They did not give UTDI any room to breathe here on Neo City. And what a performance it was. The reverse sweep coming out from them to end our first full best of 3.
Wow, 2-1. That's not bad. That's really good. Actually, two teams were really neck and neck. They were really at par with one another. I was amazed with the gameplay, especially game number 3, where it all actually transcended their grit, their knit and grit for Team Moker. They were able to actually win that one, 200 to 74. What I really liked about Moker is that whenever the whenever Cadals uses the Eclipse Smoke, that's the perfect time for them to actually just use the tactical echo. Raiden, he's not actually just wasting all of his tactical echoes for nothing. He keeps on perfectly timing it against Cadals Eclipse Smoke. And you mentioned that before, perfect timing, perfect rotation, and Moker, that was really a gameplay that is really applaudable. I really had a fun time casting it. And that's just a match between UTDI and Moker. We still have a lot of games to be played for the afternoon. We still have Gaming Grid Esports up against someone who's gonna win between Intro Boys and UAD Cuz.
Yeah. So now we have our semifinalists now locked in here. We got in Moker versus No Fear for our first semifinal. Then Intro Boys versus Gaming Grid Esports. So with that being said, it's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, it's the time for semifinals. See you in a bit. We are back from a break, a pretty long one. I'm just Suave again here, still with Nikki, and welcome back. We are now at the current semifinal part of our bracket here for our playoff qualifiers. The teams that make it through today will be qualified to go up against the pro teams that are signed for PARAVOX. With that being said, of course, let's take a quick little look at the bracket. I'm going to be looking towards, I think, the teams that we have not seen yet, right? Because Game and Grid, they look pretty good up against Team Jambi earlier.
Mhm.
We have yet to see Intro Boys. They are a mystery to us right now, and that means that they are at somewhat of an intellectual advantage against Game and Grid Esports.
Yes, that is true. Honestly, I also don't have any information about Intro Boys. And aside from Gaming Grid Esports actually flawlessly playing the previous match number 5 against Team Jambi with 100 to none. So at least for Gaming Grid Esports, that's something to look out for. Very promising team. At the same time, there's pressure maintaining that kind of gameplay. So hopefully they'll be able to still pull it off for our semifinals. Once again, to everyone who's currently just tuned in, this is our updated bracket. As you can see, we have a lot of teams who played for today, but now we're only down to our top 4 teams. We have Moker, No Fear, Gaming Grid Esports, and Intro Boys. And in just a bit, we'll be showing you the first match of our semifinals. And whoever wins in the best of 3 series between Gaming Grid Esports and Intro Boys will be advancing to our grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 series, and it will be played still for today, Sunday, October 20th, 2024. Still with me, Nikki, and Josuave. Josuave, you mentioned that for Intro Boys, they are the mystery team here right now. It do has its ups and downs, pros and cons. Like they do have a lot of time to rest. At the same time, they haven't played in a while. So this is going to be the first game for
Yeah,
Intro Boys.
been a while. We didn't see them live, so they have some stuff that they can hide behind the scenes. That, of course, would be that kind of advantage for them. And again, they
Mm.
will have had the chance to take a look at the VODs, rewind the stream a little bit, and take a look at their adversaries here, which is Gaming Grid Esports. And I think this is going to be an interesting one because knowing that Intro Boys, they did a pretty good run in that part of the bracket, that branch of the bracket, we are going to be looking at whether or not they can equal Gaming Grid. Because yeah, just because you saw them, you know how they play, that doesn't necessarily mean that you will be winning up against them. Again, this is going to be a best of 3. So we are going to be going through our 3 maps that have been predetermined, starting it off, of course, with Launch Complex, Space, and then ending it on Neo City if it gets to that point. So, for those of you who don't know, right, the stakes here are insane because the top 1 team that makes it past the open qualifiers, the only one team, this very, very punishing format is going to weed out the best of the best so that they can go toe to toe with our franchise teams in the playoffs that are going to be happening later on this month.
That is true. So stakes are high. A lot is at stake right now. So you really want to give it your best, especially this is the open qualifiers. And um I think this is the first time that we had an open qualifier. It's a free registration. Everyone is invited. I think we really need to capitalize on this kind of events aside from our weekly tournaments and monthly tournaments as well. So we are inviting our dear Voxers to mask up and register for the weekly tournaments and monthly tournaments, and you might just get a chance to win 600 USD up for grabs for you and your trio, for you and your team. So now is the perfect time to actually register. It's for free and spread the good news. We have a lot of things in store for PARAVOX, and be sure to be updated. Follow the social media channels of PARAVOX, and don't forget to wishlist PARAVOX on Steam. And we're also available on Epic Games. So please download, create an account, and play with your friends now. Now's the time.
Yeah, gonna be super fun here. Of course, I think yeah, you gotta respect it. The way that Paravox is just throwing out everything, right? You have Epic Games Store, you have Steam. There are people that use both. I use both, but there are some
Mm.
people that exclusively play on Steam, right? So we're gonna be looking forward to that. I'm gonna be looking to see that jump in players, because that means that we're gonna be seeing more people in the lobbies, shorter wait times, and a lot more competition in ranked.
Yeah, and more tournaments to come. More tournaments for sure. Um, yeah. Talking about rank, it's really for me. If you've been playing solo, just you've been playing solo, it's kind of hard. But as for me, I've been playing with friends, so that's really, I mean, a bit of an edge. But now we'll be showing you guys the brand selection for our first map. It's going to be Launch Complex.
Ooh,
Kelsey, Nova, Beat Dot for Gaming Grid Esports. For Intro Boys, they have Bonrat, Nav Chief, and Nova Technology. I think Nav Chief can actually go up against a Nova technology user. It can go up against that, just because I think that if it's gonna go on a close combat against a Beta, he might get stunned using the Rave Strike. If it's gonna go close combat against a Kelsey, he might get Cotton Blast. So I think the perfect target for Cheche would be Meshuga. I don't know. Just
yeah.
a
I
thought.
think it has to be Meshuggah specifically, because you do not bring a knife to a gunfight.
True, true.
It kind of
True.
scares me. Of course, that depends on how creative Nef Chief, Chet rather, uses the Nef Chief in game. So but we have yet to see that, though. I mean, he had a Nef
Mm-hmm.
Chief earlier today. It didn't really work out that well for that team in
Mm-hmm.
particular. So let's see if Intro Boys has something up their sleeves, because I mean they made it through the quarterfinals. This is the semifinal now, and if they've been using the Snap Chief since the earlier stages of our bracket, that means that they have figured out something that we have not. With that being said, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boxers, put on your masks, get ready. We're going in to the Vox Zone.
Let's go semifinals for today. First game for our semifinal is going to be between Gaming Grid Esports and Intro Boys. Well, we're seeing Crispy once again with Meshuga and the rest of them. Let's see if they'll be able to get a target here. On the other hand, Gaming Grid, they have a leverage here, already leading the game with 6-0 against
Ooh.
Intro Boys.
That's a nice looking angle that Crispy has from up there, but the problem is he was taken down now. This time, though, Intro Boys, they don't really have much control of the strike point at the
Mm-hmm.
moment. Because of that, like Gaming Grid Esports, they don't need to worry about focusing on keeping that
Ooh.
land. But now, again, Crispy up close and personal takes down King Kong, strikes him down here. But the Neptune is actually converting kills for Intro Boys. The problem now is it's going to be a full shutdown, though, coming in from them. And Meshuga has been that one tool. Remember, the way that Intro Boys has to play, it has to be up close and personal. But because Meshuga, there's so much distraction on the strike point. They're looking towards Crispy. They're looking towards Williamson. But Meshuga from afar is dealing so much damage that Intro Boys don't even know where to look. And again, Williamson here, so effective with the shotgun, taking them down without even giving them the chance to fight.
Exactly, and that's how they play best. And now they've taken off Chechen. No more Neft user here. Meshuga, really from afar, be covering up for the Kelsey user, which is Crispy, and even Williamson. So that's the perfect combination for a Gaming Grade Esports, and they are a menace when it comes to actually racking a lot of
Oh!
37 to 2. Cheche might be able to get Crispy, but on the other hand, it's a trade-off against Pablo 1. And now 41 to 2. I think Intro Boys, they need to regroup. They need to actually capture the area. But before doing so, they need to eliminate first. Eliminate
Oh,
Crispy or
what
even
is that?
Meshuga. I think Meshuga should be eliminated first, because from afar, it's always Meshuga just covering up for Williamson and even Crispy.
And you can see that the mindset is already there. Gaming Grid know exactly how to play right now. Meshuga with the
Yeah.
damage from afar, as everyone else on that strike point is just
Ooh,
taking
Rage
the final
Strike.
blows. Again, the kills coming in from them here. Great strike now from above. Meshuga again with another kill. Shut down
Shut
onto Intro
down.
Boys. And Gaming Grid are not giving them the chance to even get any points. They only have 2 right now, Nikki. And it's getting desperate with only so little time left here
Wow.
in strike point. Intro Boys need to stop them from getting to 100 here. And it's gonna be so hard already with the Spectrum Wall up and the Eclipse Smoke as well. Can't even have a look at where Gaming Grid is. Intro Boys
True.
desperate to slow it down, desperate to get any kind of points to survive a little bit longer. They take down Williamson, and they're looking for a rotation already. 76 Gaming Grid have been stuck here for a while. Let's see if Intro Boys can make a comeback on strike point B. They're already here. The rotations have come in.
True. Perfect rotation coming from Gaming Grid Esports. They're not letting Intro Boys take the intro to the middle game to the middle game right now, throwing in with the Hellfires. It's actually connected to Crispy. Crispy will be the casualty for that. Nice utility when it comes to the tactical echo right after the eclipse. Smoke Williamson critically low will be healed here by the HP and then going into the box zone. That's a perfect rotation from Williamson from getting the HP going to the box zone and eventually killing Pablo 1. Williamson is now on the ghost track looking for a target and the stun will connect and even killing King Kong. Meshuga throwing in the final shot. Someone will be using the blade dash there. Blade Rush,
It's
but
over.
still won't be enough of a damage to actually secure a kill. And it's going to be Gaming Grid Esports once again showing us how aggressive their team has been playing in our tournament and now scoring 1-0 in our series for the semi-final round.
Yeah, complete and utter domination coming in from Meshuggah and company. Gaming Grid, they look like a team that is on pro level. I would not be surprised if these guys end up winning the entire tournament, but they need to worry about who is on the other side just yet. Remember, it's the best of three. We might be calling it a little bit early, but the way that they performed here, Gaming Grid, it was so good. What did
True.
they? Their opponents had only 5 points here. Intro Boys, unfortunately, even with an F Chief, even being able to get the kills, were not able to rack up the points enough or stay on the strike point long enough to even get any points at all. And it's so hard. We've seen this happen before. 0-100 earlier.
Mm,
This time it was 5-100, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see that on the
mm.
scoreboard in a bit.
Yeah, quite an improvement. I don't know, but yeah, Gaming Greed has been a menace, proving
Wow.
us how aggressive they are. 100-5. Meshuggah with 8-0 has not died with the Nova technology up to his hands. Crispy here with the Kelsey 5-4. Williamson 6-2. Very minimal death count and even really huge damage dealt as well as the hit rate coming from the Gaming Grid Esports. On the other hand, for Intro Voice, King Kong is really having a hard time with his Nova technology here with 0-6. Cheche with the Nef Chief was able to manage at least to kill 2. On the other hand, Pablo, well, his Hellfires, it's actually connecting, but it needs more follow-up. Pablo's his Eclipse Smoke has been heavily countered by Meshuggah. Every time that he uses his Eclipse Smokes, that's the perfect time for Meshuggah to actually use the Tactical Echo. That just keeps on happening. And even Crispy, I mean, Intro Boys, their kind of gameplay is to actually force Gaming Grid Esports to have a close combat. But Meshuggah, he's really good when it comes to keeping a distance against Intro Boys and just covering up for his teammates and eventually getting those kills. 8-0. He wasn't able to be eliminated. He was not eliminated all throughout the game. That's just marvelous for him.
Yeah, it was way too clean. Meshuggah was this sneaky guy on the other side of the map because Intro Boys were so engrossed in trying to take down Crispy and trying to
Mm.
take down Williamson that they didn't notice that Meshuggah was elsewhere, that the damage was coming from Meshuggah, and he was always in a corner. You notice that he was hiding behind that one
Yeah,
container
always.
all the time, and they could not see him. They could not find him. And even if right when you are in that situation, you don't want to actively look for that other person because you're trying to counteract the lead that they have. You're trying to take space inside of the strike point, and if you can't, then you run out, and that's exactly what happened.
Complete aggressiveness and complete domination here by Gaming Grid Esports goes to show that if you play on an aggressive level, sometimes it's double-edged sword that sometimes it's gonna blow up to your face. But this time around, Gaming Grid Esports was able to dictate the pace. They just snowballed from the early round towards to our box zone B. They were able to carry out that kind of momentum from the 100-0 game during our previous match, and now they actually dominated 100-5 points. And for intro voice, they need to actually get back to their knees. They need to actually regroup, re-strategize, or probably think of a way on how they can shut down Meshuga, because Meshuga definitely dealt a lot of um kills and even covered up for his teammates. So definitely need to shut down Meshuga, but I won't keep you guys waiting and guessing. I'll stop actually chit chatting and yapping because I'll show you guys the brand selection for our game number 2 for the semifinals between these two teams.
Yeah, interesting one. He asked for this
Whoa,
earlier,
cute!
Nikki. He got a Kuro here in the hands of King Kong in space, and I don't know what to think about this. I
Uh-huh.
think when you're thinking of using the Kuro, you want to play on a longer range, but the way that space
Yeah,
is built, right? I think specifically on A and C, you have that long range possibilities, right?
yeah.
But when it comes to strike point B, which again we said this earlier, if you have the Kelsey, it's usually a sure win in strike point B.
True,
It
true.
will now all depend on whether or not King Kong can pick up this Kiro and actually deal some real damage on the enemy team. Because I mean, what happened earlier was it was I hate to say, but it was kind of embarrassing, right?
Yeah, it's demoralizing, if I must say. You need to get back, you need to have the morale boost. But yeah, having a Kudo could be a comfort pick because I'm not really seeing a huge advantage of using its wall here at Space Map. Because if you're thinking of a wall, Kudo's wall, I think gunshots still can pass through as
Yeah,
compared
yeah.
to
It's just a
Kelsey.
visual wall. Yeah.
Yeah, right? So I think if you have a Kudo and someone has a beat dot on the opponent, you'll be hunted by a beat dot user for sure. Because that's going to be a combination of Ghost Track, Rave Strike, and you're just a gunner. So let's find out if that combo will be used up against the Kudo player here, King Kong.
And we are straight into the box zone now. Spectrum wall already out. Photon blast being used out. Intro boys trying to stay alive on the edge of death right now because they are ignoring all the bullets coming in from Gaming Grid. Williamson takes on Pablo. That's going to be the first blood now in our game. And
Oh
the damage
no!
still being dealt by Meshuga. Still from Crispy as well. They have control again of strike
Uh-huh.
point A. Now Intro boys, they have to find a way to regroup. Find a way to get a better angle on their
Ooh!
opponents. Pablo! Raining down them from the sky, takes down
Hellfire!
two. Now, an immediate fight back here with the Eclipse Smoke as well. Intro Boys already looking better than map number 1.
Better than map number 1 indeed. Will they be able to sustain this lead though? Meshuga killing Pablo. No more Hellfire will be. I think this is a perfect spot for Meshuga. Someone needs to shut him down. This angle is really good, especially with that
Oh,
wall.
boy.
And he's going in, getting more points for his teammates. 30-7. They want to finish this
Still,
really
Meshuga.
fast. Meshuga just playing on this angle, this verticality, this platform. Someone kill Meshuga, or else he would still be another game where he has not been killed. Pablo will be dying. No more smoke, no more hellfire. Look at how quick Meshuga actually just looks for a target and evade the shots as well. He is a well-rounded player, especially with his Nova Sword.
And you can see it right now. Williamson again taking down King Kong up close and personal. Not getting much out of the Kudo right now. Crispy as well with the Kelsey. So effective in dividing and conquering the enemy team. Intro boys really struggling to even get the kills now. Stuck on 8. Gaming Grid. They're so far ahead right now. Already halfway through. But Jet does find
Safe
Crispy.
strike.
That's one step in the right direction. You can see it coming now. Williamson backing off, switching over. And the time. Still so much time on the clock right now. Intro boys
Pablo!
trying to find a way to catch up to Gaming Grid, but even when they can, they only get 1 point. Meshuga down. Williamson takes down Cheche as well. King Kong all the way out, trying to find a way to the other side already of our map. And even then, even with the Kudo barely doing damage, there is no
King
confidence,
Kong!
no feeling coming in from Intro Boys that he can even win this because they're running out of options right now. Already at 70 points here for Gaming Grid. Intro Boys, they are delaying it, but they might be just delaying the inevitable.
True. Are we almost at the beginning of the end? 17 to 9, 6 seconds remaining before we proceed to our next Vox Zone. That's going to be Vox Zone B. Someone's already there, but Meshuga looking for a target, throwing in some shots, even going after Cheche. Meshuga is actually really lusting for blood here, really want to get a kill right now, even prioritizing the kill more than the scores
Oh boy.
actually. And this is not looking good for Interboys. They need to
Oh,
actually shut
crispy!
down Meshuga. But Kinko's gonna go down, but it has a Crispy there. Perfectly placed Spectrum Wall once again. And Crispy just here at the middle. Very brave that he is together with his Kelsey. And even the Hellfires are not connected to the situation. Cheche not getting any hits. Someone is critically low. That's gonna be Pablo taking the ring strike and eventually dying. And it's going to be Gaming Grid Esports sealing the deal with 2-0 sweep for our semifinals, still proving us how flawless their synchronicity, their chemistry is.
Yeah, what a performance out of them. The chemistry, you can really see it. And the way that they were playing was just so smart, right? You had Meshuga
True.
again, this time in a different form, right? Rather than being on the sidelines, he's up close and personal to his opponents,
Mm.
able to take them down even if they're moving around as fast as they can. And I don't understand how, but the tracking for this guy as a player is insane. But what a performance, man. Gaming Grid, they are really showing that they are a force to be reckoned with, representing their team, Gaming Grid Esports.
Now we're gonna show them the stats of what happened during our semi-final game. It's a 2-0 sweep. This previous match, it's 100 against 13. At least there's an improvement for Intro Boys, but still good game, well played to them. They given their all, their best, but it's just so hard for King Kong to maneuver with his Q though. We know how hard it is to have a long range going up against a Kelsey or a Beat Dot. As we all know, if you're Williamson and someone's using a range, then that's your perfect time to actually just ghost track and rave strike King Kong. And as you can see, 0-5 for King Kong there. Not really good usage for Kudo. Meshuga 6-1, Crispy with 1-2. And this is, you mentioned that this is a team to look out for, and could be they have the prowess of becoming a really a good esports team. If there are any orgs watching right now, I think Gaming Grid
Yeah,
Esports are very
sign
promising.
these guys.
True,
Sign them
true.
up, sign them up. I mean, what a performance out of them. You can see
Mm,
that the intro boys, I think this little pocket strat that they had, the Kyoto idea here, along with the beat out and the bond rat, didn't work
mm,
out. A total of only, I think, 5 kills throughout
mm,
the entire team here. And it just doesn't look good, right? I think the Kyoto was more of a curse than a blessing here. And the way that it ended up, man, the kind of control that
mm.
Gaming Grid just had, the entire map, the entire series even, is something that is hard to counteract when you are not ready for it.
Yeah, honestly, took them by surprise, probably. And as for our next match of the afternoon, it's going to be another semi-final match between Mokur and No Fear. Mokur, we've been seeing them. These players are, someone to look out for as well. And I believe that our semi-finals would be as explosive as this is. On the other hand, Gaming Grade Esports will be sitting pretty for the grand finals later on in the afternoon. And I think this is the perfect time for them to actually watch Moker and No Fear and actually learn something or strategize ahead of time. So I think that's a good advantage for Gaming Grid Esports right now.
Yeah, and you can feel it, right? We are getting really close to the conclusion of
Mm,
our international qualifiers to make it into the playoffs. I mean, the playoffs are insane, right? Our prize pool for our playoffs that includes our franchise teams, right? That's a 20,000 USD prize pool for that. And then when you get past that, once you finish in the top two of our regional playoffs, you make it into the PCI main event in Tokyo. And that prize pool from our playoffs is different. It's completely different. You get not only the honor of representing the region for our, the world final for PARAVOX this year in PCI, you also get that lion's share of the prize pool here.
lot. It's a A lot is at stake for our tournament, not just glory and honor, but also a hefty amount of prize. So be sure to stay tuned because when we return, we'll be giving you guys Mokur against No Fear on our semi-final match. But for now, we'll be having a quick break.
All right, Voxers, welcome back. It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki, and welcome back to the PCI Open Qualifier. For those of you who have just joined us, we are now going into the grand finals with Moker versus Gaming Grid. This is going to be an exciting one because remember, Nikki, the top two teams, these two who are going to be fighting out for the grand final already, have made their way. This is already their ticket booked to our regional playoffs that's going to be happening next week. Of course, on the back of that, we are also having our monthly tournament that happens every end of the month. That's going to be happening on Friday. So if you guys want to join in, go ahead and register as well. You can just check it out on our Facebook page here on PARAVOX.
Yes, thank you for telling me the dates. So mark your calendars, guys, because those are important days. And by the way, we have here our top two teams who will be going to our grand finals, and it's none other than Moker and Gaming Grade Esports. These two teams, they're very promising. For Moker, we've seen them really utilizing different kind of brand lineup for every map. However, for Gaming Grid Esports, they're very dominating when it comes to each of the map. And as much as possible, they really wanted to have like 100-0 kind of gameplay, that kind of dominance they've shown. So actually, going towards the grand finals right now with these two teams, I really cannot say who's gonna win and move forward to our tournament.
Yeah, it's looking really interesting to me. I think Gamer Grid, they are a team that has such spectacular macro, right? There,
Mm-hmm.
you have Meshuggah doing the damage. You have Williamson showing up when it's needed as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they play, right? Crispy as well. You don't need one specific key player to get the win. Because
Mm-hmm.
every map that they play, it's going to be a different approach. There's going to be, like on Launch Complex, where Meshuggah's hiding in the side, versus in Space Map, where Meshuggah is the center of attention. And you can see that the willingness of this team to play on different roles on different maps is something that has to be dealt with. Because otherwise, if you're not prepared for that kind of flexibility on a team, then it's going to be hard to beat them.
True, true. All of the points that you mentioned a while ago is keys to take note for each of the teams. Moker and Gaming Grid Esports, both of them deserve to be in our grand finals right now. This is going to be a best of five series, so this is quite different compared from our previous matches wherein it's always just like 2-0 or 2-1. This time around it's going to be best of five. So strategy wise, we will, and also map wise, we will be witnessing all of the maps right now, even Neo City. And I'm quite honestly, I'm quite intrigued when it comes to gaming grade esports, because they haven't really played other guns other than the ones that they've been playing, so they're not letting any leak or any information um against themselves towards the other team, which is Mokur team or Mokur Esports. So yeah, I think that's one advantage for Gaming Grid Esports right now. They haven't really shown much strategy and much brand lineup.
Yeah, I think they have quite a lot of secrets, but at the same time, like when you think about it, there's really no reason to change anything up if you're winning
Mm-hmm.
like they are, because they have yet to drop a single map. They have yet to drop more than 20 points up against their opponent. So this grand final, I think it's gonna be a great one. Knowing, of course, both these teams, they are already qualified for next week. This is just for better seeding when it comes
Oh
to the
yes.
playoffs.
Oh yes, both of them has already qualified indeed. Um we're just at least play this really well, like show your fans how you play at same time, at the back of my mind, you don't want to actually let out your strategies or let out your secrets or what kind of brand lineup you play for a specific map. But honestly, at this point, it just gonna boils down to execution, proper synchronization, and even the chemistry of the team. How long has the team been playing, and how long have they been, executing well their communications? Because in this kind of gameplay, in this kind of tournament, communication plays well. And right now we're just waiting for the players to actually settle themselves and move and head in straight to game number one. I'm just so excited, even though we know that both of the teams already qualified for the playoffs. At least for now, for the grand finals, at least we'll be seeing who'd be the champion, who'd be the first placer, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, when it comes down to it, the seeding does matter a lot. I think when we look at our playoffs bracket after this, it's going to be a pretty interesting one. But still, it's also a needed test, right? If you can go up against your fellow compatriots here in our semi-pro area of PCI,
Mhm.
right? So I mean, when you're going up against your people, your level, you kind of have a good gauge of whether or not you need to adapt more when you go to the pro level, because they're going to be going up against Full Sense, they're going to be going up against AP Brand, Blacklist, and even Boom, right? Who have been
Uh-huh.
powerhouses in their own right as well.
It's a good opportunity, honestly. A good opportunity to test their team, put their team to the test. So yeah, and even more qualifying and fighting up against those teams who has been already established. You mentioned quite popular names in PARAVOX, and now we'll be showing you popular brand selection for our grand finals for today. We have B Dot for Emerald, DC Juno will be played by Yuna and Raiden once again with his Nova technology. On the other hand, Kelsey for Crispy, Nova Technology for Meshuga, and William with his Beaten. I think this is the same lineup of guns or brands that they used during the previous matches as well.
Yeah, this is the near unbeatable lineup for Gaming Grid. I would not be surprised if they kind of pull out something a little bit different. Of course, Moker had the time to watch that last match that Gaming Grid was playing. So
Mm-hmm.
if they have an idea, if they were paying attention to those last few maps, they will know that here on Launch Complex, Meshuggah specifically is
Uh-huh.
the point that they need to worry about. But when you have Crispy there and when you have Williamson there, it's kind of hard to choose where to focus. But we'll see. Put on your masks. We're going in to the Vox Zone, ladies and gents.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals for our PCI Open Qualifiers. Kelsey will be used here by Crispy. Perfectly aligned wall at the left side, securing the right angle. Raven will be
Oh!
down. No more Nova Technology here. Gaming Grid Esports showing us how aggressive they are. With the ghost track here, Emerald DC trying to get a target, but still won't be successful to do so.
And we said this happening earlier, man. When Raiden is shut down for Moker, this is where you start to see their weaknesses. And it looks like Gaming Grid know exactly what to target now. Photon Beam being brought out. Emerald Easy gone. Crispy, so productive here. And look at the point difference again coming into Gaming
Wow.
Grid. Full control now. Spectrum Wall being brought out. And he's now going to be all alone. Sir, how do you get
Wow.
out Yuna? Now, out for the reposition coming in for them. It's going to be a 1v3 inside of our strike point, but there are bullets raining down from different directions as well. You know, you can see Meshuggah out on the open, trying to deal damage as the rest of Gaming Grid hold on to the strike point for dear life. But Williamson takes out Raiden. Crispy good for another. And Emerald Easy, last man
Oh!
standing. Full wipeout coming in for Gaming Grid Esports. What a start to the round.
What a start indeed! And now's the perfect time for William to actually rack up a lot of points. He's actually doing so, and another perfectly
Raiden.
placed bullet. But
Raiden.
Crispy will be taken off here by the Nova technology by Raiden. He's very sneaky. He has been doing that, and now he needs to heal and patch himself up. But still won't be
Oh
enough. 6
no.
to 49. This is a huge advantage coming from Gaming Grid. Williamson might be killing with Yuna, but now another
How?
perfectly placed ball by Crispy. Crispy's really good. Meshuga will be killing Emerald Easy. Crispy will be killing Raiden. No more Raiden. No more Williamson. 64 to 6. It has always been like this for Gaming Grid Esports. This is how they play.
There's so much control now taking over, and the way that they're using the Spectrum Wall is great. They
Stun.
separate them, divide and conquer their opponents now as they are in desperately trying to stay alive. Yuna will fall at the hands of Meshuggah now, and Raiden doing everything he can, pulling out everything in his gas tank to try and keep things equal, to try and stop them, maybe even bring it over into Strike Point B, but it might be too much. Emerald DC does find Crispy. They are able to deal the damage, they are able to slow it down. So Gaming Grid, even if they get
Oh,
all the points here, it's not going to be over just yet. Now, 2 kills out for Moker. It's here. Meshuggah has to find the way.
crispy.
We'll see. Now 10 seconds
Oh,
left here in
what?
strike point A. Rotation going to be coming in as well. You can see it. They are bum rushing for the other side. And Crispy fully committed to get as many points as possible, milking out
Mm-hmm.
every single cent out of that first strike point. They are now at 81. Moker have so much to do to catch up. And right in
True.
on a bum rush, desperately trying to find his way inside of
Ghost
strike
track.
point B. Already the catch up
Stun.
coming from Williamson. Takes down Yuna. 2v1. Desperation coming in from Moker as they have run out of manpower. It's only Emerald Easy so far away. Williamson
90.
single-handedly holding it off right now. Only 9 more points for Gaming Grid to end this second map. Meshuggah doing the damage, leaving it all up to his teammates. And it's Yuna, the last bastion, trying to stay alive. They cut him off, they shut him away. And here, desperately, out,
And that
it's
is
the
it.
domination. 1-0 in the final.
That is it for our game number one of the grand final series. This is going to be a best of five. Don't you worry, guys. But for now, it's gonna be Gaming Greed who will be taking the victory for game number one. That was a flawless victory. Although the opponent, they had, at some point they had the chance to actually get points, to actually take down Meshuggah, but it's still not quite enough for Raiden and Crispy to actually retaliate back against Gaming Grid. They're very aggressive when it comes to their gameplay. They dominated that match, even though they were able to actually force out until the Vox Zone B. I think it was like 80 points already, 80 plus points already before they
Yeah, they were at
transferred to the Vox Zone
81, yeah.
B. Yeah, so that's really huge lead. But now we'll be showing you guys the post-match status, what transcended during our game number one.
That is insanity. 100 to 18. Not
Mm-hmm.
a single kill for Yuna, who has been a force to be reckoned with for Moker.
Yeah.
What a performance coming out from them. And wow, this is. I don't even know what to think, right? Because like Moker have been so good so far. But now Gaming
Mhm.
Grid, when they're put up against an opponent of their own caliber, they're
Mhm.
just so powerful here.
True, true. I couldn't really agree more. But what I can really commend for Gaming Grid Esports is Crispy and his Kelsey perfectly aligned wall, perfectly um deployed photon blast. It actually connected at one time towards Yuna. Yuna got the kill. I mean, look at Yuna 07. It only means to show that Yuna has been continuously being shut down by either Meshuggah, Williamson, or Crispy. And I think Crispy really made a huge impact for our map number one launch complex, especially with the Vox Zone A and his spectral wall. On the other hand, Meshuggah have been perfectly doing his thing when it comes to actually just destroying the positioning of Moker. He was able to do so, even though he got like 3 kills. Still, what's important is he hasn't died even for one bit. He didn't die, and it gave him more chance to actually contest the area and even destroy the positioning and the formation of Mokur. It's really hard for Mokur for game number one, and hopefully for game number two they'll be able to adjust and adapt with the game style of Gaming Grid Esports and how aggressive Gaming Grid Esports is.
Yeah, this is such an interesting thing to look at, right? If we noticed as well, Meshuggah has been dealing the majority of the damage, but the last shots would always come down to Williamson, right? So you can see the chip damage coming in from Meshuggah, and then Williamson, once he sees that the life bars are down and low, he just pulls the trigger and he's there to get that kill. And that's how it's. You can see just the small details in how they play as a team, right? Knowing that, of course, with a shotgun, you don't need to worry about holding down and tracking your opponent. As long as you can hit at least one bullet, then things would work out. And this system that they are working with right now in Gaming Grid is something that is truly in its own world. We haven't seen this in a while.
Never. I think this is the first time that I actually saw a team actually dominated all of the teams that they went up against with, especially for now open qualifiers. We don't have any information with these teams, and now we're little by little knowing them and their full capacity and even their
Yeah.
potential, because I don't think that this is like their full capacity just yet, since this is just the open qualifiers. They still have many things up stored for our playoffs for next week. Yeah, next week already. So I think, yeah, for Gaming Grid, perfectly balanced team, good synchronicity and chemistry also on how they utilize their brands. They don't just like put up or deploy all of their skills just yet. They keep on layering it with one another. Like once there's cotton blast, then another skill will be popped. And that's a really good indication that the team has a really good um teamwork. And now, talking about teamwork, let's see, aside from teamwork, what kind of brand selection would actually cost them another victory for Gaming Grid, or will Mokor be able to answer back? And here we go. Here's the lineup.
Ooh, there you go. Got Kelsey on both sides. It's almost a mirror match in terms of brands right now for these two teams. But of course, Moker are going to be opting for the Bon Rat rather than the Beetle. I don't know what
Mhm.
to think about this, right? Because if you notice the way that Gaming Grid have been playing on space map, whenever their opponent chooses to use an Eclipse Smoke, all they need to do is bring out the Tactical Echo, and
Yeah,
then Williamson just jumps in and takes down two. And that's it's kind of ironic, right? Because you would
true,
think that
true.
usually the Eclipse Smoke would keep you safe, but no, instead, it just bites them in the butt. So I don't know how this is going to turn out for a Moker, knowing that, of course,
Yeah.
the Gaming Grid know exactly how to shut down or who to shut down for Moker. But, Moker, they were having quite a lot of difficulty back on Launch
Mm.
Complex.
I mean, they have to switch because Juno was not that effective during match number one. So I think Borat would be a good switch for them. But we won't keep you guys waiting, as we will be heading straight on to game number two of our grand finals between Moker and Gaming Grid Esports. And I just have a bit of a trivia here. Moker is an Indonesian team. On the other hand, Gaming Grid is a Filipino team.
Yeah, we got two Filipinos on
Sorry,
Gaming
two
Grid.
Filipino and one Malaysian. Sorry, it's a
Yeah,
mix.
one
Sorry,
Malaysian
sorry.
actually. So we got an international roster for Gaming Grid, and for
Okay.
Moker, it is one Indonesian national team. So that's an interesting thing to look
Uh-huh.
about. Knowing that, of course, now they are starting it off again. Gaming Grid full control, 20 points already, Nikki. What kind of control do they have right now? Moker are failing at every step of the way, and
Mhm.
Mishoga is just taking it down every time. Williamson as well, still following up. Emerald DC cannot even get it close to that first strike
Yeah.
point.
But since I'm a conspiracy theorist, I love to think that Moker is just actually, trying out a different strategy, or probably just playing this because they are already qualified for next week. So I think they're just leaving some surprise for next week, because I'm a conspiracy theorist. But hold the thought. Let's go back to the game. We have the Eclipse Smoke here being used with Yuna here and the Barrat. We're not seeing any Hellfires connecting just yet, but 0 to 50.
Woo!
This is not looking good for Mokur. They need to score at least one, and there you have it. They got one, so they heard me.
Yeah, finally now coming in for Mocha, but the problem is Gaming Grid are already halfway there. There's so
Yeah.
much time right now. Crispy takes down Raiden again with the Spectrum Wall, stopping them from even getting close. Now the
Mhm.
fall from Yuna. It's gonna be Emerald Easy. Last man standing again. Might be another wipe coming in for Gaming Grid here. As they're taking
Yuna!
full control, not letting go of the steering wheel at any
Oh.
second right now. I don't think we're even gonna get to the second strike point, because look at
True.
this. Complete and utter domination coming in from Gaming Grid, and Yuna,
Oh
with
no!
every attempt, whenever they get close, they get taken down. Williamson takes him down again. And here, desperation. 10 points to go for Gaming Grid as it continues to count
Oh
down.
no!
And Moker, they're so far away. They are covered from all angles, and even with the Spectrum Wall,
True.
even with the damage done, they cannot stop the machine that is Gaming Grid Esports.
I would love to think that Moker is just, trying out a different strategy, or like focusing on a different aspect of the game, not going for the objective but actually going for the kills. I would love to think that, but stats don't lie. Later on, we're gonna show you guys how much of a hit percentage, how much of the damage and kills and assists or deaths gaming grade has used in that game. It was just like a walk in the park, and it's just a blink of an eye. And we won't keep you guys waiting. We'll be showing you guys the post-match results of that game number 2 of our grand finals for today. And I was just like talking
Wow.
about the trivia, and the score's already 0 to 20. Look at how many kills Williamson with his B thought. Very sneaky with his ghost track combination with his rave strike. It always connects though. And I think Raiden should have used his echo, tactical echo for Williamson, but it's so hard to do so because he needs to wait for the cooldown. On the other hand, for Williamson, he's been charging up his ghost track. So that's the difference between these two brands.
Wow. I don't even know right now. We talked about this earlier, right? That
Uh-huh.
the choice of the bond rat is something that is not going to be effective against the way that gaming grid play, because
True.
they play as a unit, right? And bond rat,
Uh-huh.
this is a splash damage. It's an
True.
explosion based brand, and because
Mm-hmm.
of that, right? You need, when you're playing up against gaming grid, who are uh, they pay attention to the smaller details, their positioning
Mm-hmm.
here, the timing at which they choose to move around. They can easily dodge the grenades coming in from the Bonrat here. And you can see it, what, not a single kill, I think. Only one for Yuna. And
Mm-hmm.
that's only three for the entire team of Moger here in map 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that is true. One kill for Yuna, two kills for Raiden. Yeah, Emerald DC might have had a hard time during that match. But yeah, Bonrat wise, you want to actually clump your opponents together. You want to bait them in one area. Unfortunately for Gaming Grid, they don't play that way. They tend to actually scatter, spread out, hold different angles, and look out for each other, and even get kills while doing so. They're doing a lot of objectives in every match. You mentioned their macros are really strong, and it does play out well for Gaming Grid. And I mean, I just really want to think that for Moker, they actually just like playing the game for the sake of playing the game, and they already qualified for next week, and they don't wanna actually blow up their cover, or like they do have a strategy and they just want to save it up for next week. I just want to think of it that way, because having a really single score up against 100 points, that's a bit of it, I don't want to say embarrassing, but could be, demoralizing for the team.
Yeah, I mean, you could feel it, right? You could tell that they kind of just lose control early, and like as soon as we got into space map, right, we saw nothing. It was immediately 0
Mm-hmm.
and 20, and that's how
Mm-hmm.
fast of a team Gamer Grid are. They take immediate control of the strike zone, and if you can't counteract that early, you just kind of sit there and watch them win.
Yes, that is true. And that's what happened during games number 1 and 2. Once again, to our Voxers, this is a best of 5 series. And now we're going to show you the map selection and even the brand selection later on here below us. And which leaves us to Neo City. And now looking at a complete mirror match here with the brand selection. And it's just up to the execution for both of our teams. Like, going to say, like, who's the best team to actually utilize this kind of brand lineup?
Yeah, this is gonna be a really interesting one. First time we're seeing Neo City, and I think this choice of the Kelsey, Nova, and Beta is something that we have yet to see in full effect. Right? We saw it earlier, but it was kind of a one-way stomp, right? So
Yeah,
knowing that these two teams, they are arguably the most powerful so far in our qualifying rounds, I'm gonna be looking more towards Meshuggah here again and Raiden. Remember, these two that have not
true.
been really going head to head. But when you're playing in Neo City, it needs to be up close and personal, especially when it comes to Strike Point A and Strike Point C in particular. So Meshuggah and Raiden, we'll see if Meshuggah can continue that dominance over his adversary on the other side, or if Raiden can finally find the secret sauce to take down Meshuggah.
Hopefully, let's find out as we head on straight on our game number 3 for our grand finals between Moker and Gaming Grid Esports. Will this be the match that Moker can actually score, or will Gaming Grid be sweeping our grand finals with 3-0? Let's find out as we head on strong here at game number 3.
All right, here we go. Neo City for the first time this entire day where we're going to be seeing an equal matchup now. Immediate. The kills coming in already for Gaming Grid. They have, again, the immediate control of Strike Point A, and Mobird seem to be a little bit lost. Spectrum Wall being brought out here, hacking them into a 2v3 inside of our strike point as Raiden trying to deal the damage over onto Williamson, but is not able to connect too many bullets. And even Emerald Easy elsewhere as well. Now, Spectre Wall being brought out. They are going to be cut off here. And Gaming Grid, the amount of control again. As soon as they get into range of Crispy, he takes them down 2 at a time. And now it's going to be Raiden all alone. So many people that he has to worry about as well. Coming in from all angles, and he falls. He finds Crispy Williams in there for the trade, and it's 0 and 30 already. We've barely even started.
Brave Strike connecting really low, and Meshuga's gonna go down. Nice combination brought to us by Crispy. Williams will be killing Yuna. MLDC will be killing Meshuga in the process, but still 0 to 40. And it's not looking good for Mokur. They need to regroup. They need to take down anyone, especially Crispy. Cotton Blast will connect 30% in his life, but still quite healthy enough to actually leap off and get an HP. Williamson will be taking over, and the kind of synchronicity they do have. Like, someone's gonna take over when someone's gonna get an HP. 2 is in the middle of our box zone. Williamson will be healing himself up. Nice sustained by Crispy and Williamson combination, while Meshuga is actually covering them.
Echo now gonna be out. Meshuga again from long range, dealing the chip damage as the rest of his team goes in for the kill. Williamson takes on Raiden, and Yuna is gone. Emerald DZ now desperate. So little health here, trying to find a way to restore that, and he is getting hunted down. Meshuga, one singular bullet can take him down now, and they are looking for Spectrum Wall as well to prevent them from getting inside of our strike point. It's 73 to 0 right now. Gaming, if you look at the control that we have right now of our last map, it might be a sweep, it might be over, but Raiden finds one to trade out Crispy. You can see it now. Desperation in the eyes of Moker. Switch over, trying to get the information, trying to get some help as well. Just Raiden, he might be getting the kills, but he's not able to stay alive for so much longer. Emerald DZ so far away, prevented from getting close. And even when he makes an attempt, he can't step foot inside of the strike point. Now Emerald DZ looking around. Crispy finds Yuna. Now 2 people left on Moker. As the time is running short, they have found a way to extend our game, but it might not be enough because Emerald DZ falls, and there's only 85 points now already for Gaming Grid. So little time, so little chances now for Moker here. They're gonna have to now book it for strike point B. Tactical Echo now. They have an idea. Meshuga finds them out in the open, dealing the damage still. Rotation's already coming in for Moker, looking desperately to stay alive now. And you can see it, Meshuga all the way here on the other side. They're getting hunted down. Only 5 points needed for Gaming Grid. They take one down. Raiden, Emerald DZ desperate, and only 1 point to go. Gaming Grid completes an utter domination.
It's over. 3 to none sweep, flawlessly executed by Gaming Grid Esports, and they will be our grand champions for the PCI Open Qualifiers. Congratulations, guys, and good game well played. Of course, the Moker still giving their best, showing up and trying to at least get some point. They did have 1 point there, but still won't be enough to actually win that series. 3-0. That concludes our series for the grand finals, and we'll be showing you guys what happened during that game number 3, how many damage, how many hit points, how many kills did Meshuga had. 3-1. Crispy has 6-2. On the other, Williamson and his B thought perfectly executed his combination with 8-0 with 798 damage. Amazingly enough, Gaming Grid Esports, they're very consistent, just Suave.
Yeah, not a single death for Williamson. And again, we talked about earlier how they are able to dominate the competition, how they're able to keep control while also doing the damage. Because a lot of these teams, they specifically need to do one thing and one thing only. And because of that, right, you can see the flexibility, the way that they are able to quickly find a way
Mhm.
to counteract whatever the new plan for Moker is. That's the kind
Yeah.
of power that they have right now. What a
Wow.
performance again for them. And wow, they are definitely going to be one of the most watched teams happening next week. And speaking of next week, of course, our continuation regional playoffs are going to be happening next week to see our franchise teams, your favorites, Full Sense, our defending PGRT champions, Attack All Around, Riddle Order, among the others, and of course our Philippine representatives, Blacklist Academy, along with AP Brent. This is gonna be really fun. This is gonna be insane. Think about how Full Sense they looked so good back at PGRT, but the way that they were so they that Gaming Grid was playing so well today, I think they could equal up
Yeah.
against them.
Possible. That's possible. But now we're gonna show you guys the updated bracket. How many teams qualified for our open qualifiers? We have, Mokur, Negative, UTDI. We have Gaming Grid, of course, Money Slayer, No Fear, UGM, Team Jambi, UAD, Cuz, Intro Boys. All of you guys, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking this challenge for our PCI open qualifiers. But for now, it's going to be Gaming Grid and Moker to be advancing for next week. You guys did great. Honestly, you guys did great. But don't you worry, but because we still have a lot of events, right? The Suave. We have the weekly tournament and also the monthly tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be happening also on Friday. For if you want to sign up for our monthly tournament, that's going to be happening Friday. So go ahead and
Mhm.
follow us on the social so that you can find a way to register here. Join us on the Discord as well. And with that being said, of course, I'm going to be looking forward to what's going to be happening next week because we are now going to be seeing the best of the best in the region here in Southeast Asia. The top two of which will be representing our region in the international, the world final for PCI happening in Tokyo later this year.
Yeah, as for me, I definitely had a feast with all of these explosive matches, and I would really want to look out for Gaming Grid Esports. I would like to thank our tech team, our prod team, to everyone, to every Voxers whoever followed us, shared the live stream, and even added PARAVOX to their wish list. Thank you so much, guys, to my partner Hijuswabe. Thank you so much. Any last words?
Yeah,
Oh, last words.
and it's so hype, ladies and gents. Of course, we saw great performances out today. We're seeing some new people rising up from the grassroots right now. I'm looking forward to so much more happening next week. And of course, the future of Paravox. With that being said, always remember to put your mask on and see you soon in the Vox Zone. It's me, Josuave. I'm here with Nikki Nikki. We're going to see you guys next time. Good night.